Well, folks, it's a hearty good morning to you from me, Brian Eminis, and what a pleasure it is to be working with such a formidable team. So the team that we have over here, you've just heard the dulcet tones of my good friend Arnie Geertz, who's sitting opposite me here, and we will be looking after the anchor presentation from inside the mobile studio. On the ramp, we have got Frank Knowles, and hopefully if Frankie is ready, we'll be able to say a hearty good morning to him. He has got a microphone over there, and of course I've had the pleasure and the privilege of working with Frank for many, many years. So Frank, good morning to you, and what's the ramp looking like?
Oh, Brian, welcome back, and of course the first thing, happy birthday for yesterday, and to Arnold, nice to see you out of Gauteng. Of course, no, beautiful weather by the looks of things. It's going to suit all the spectators. Absolutely fantastic this morning. The swimmers won't mind us first neither. They don't mind getting wet as they had over the last couple of days. Expecting a fantastic crowd today, tomorrow, of course, tomorrow the big races. But as it goes at the moment now, Brian, we couldn't wish for a more relaxing, comfortable slipway, and let's hope it's not going to stay comfortable and relaxing for too long. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Frank. Yes, indeed. Wise words there from a man that knows the Midmar so well. But when it comes to a man that knows the water so well, who better than Martin Godfrey? Martin G on the other side. Tomorrow, he'll be completing his 49th. 49, that is absolutely incredible. Marty, good morning. What's it like at the start?
Morning, Brian. Morning, everybody on the finish area. Yeah, it's the calm before the storm, and we hope it's not a weather storm, but it'll be a storm of swimmers. They're all busy getting ready in the pens as we speak. There's always the usual hubbub as happens at the beginning of this event. The people are getting registered and all the final preparations are doing. We've got all the TV crews doing their thing, and it really is a lovely day. Actually, I'm looking across the water as we speak, and it's relatively calm. There's a slight breeze blowing towards, from my left to my right, which is blowing kind of towards you and towards the dam wall, which is going to be nice for the swimmers. Remember also there's currents in this water, and the dam is 108% full or something. So the water is clean, it's clear. Our E. coli levels are so low that you could probably drink this water, and it really is looking nice for the first event, which is obviously the disabled, the over 71s. It's the Pope Ellis Iron Comrades biathlons, Doozy biathlons. This year we've got the Chock Cows who are swimming in this first batch as well. They're raising money for charity, and we've also got this Satanda charity batch as well. So it's a bigger race than we normally have. And we kick off in 15 minutes from now. And I can tell you that the vibe is happening. It's really happening here.
Well, thanks, Martin. And, of course, the team working with you, your executive producer, Wesley van Sale, and the two audio engineers there. We've got Nico Prinsloo, and working alongside Nico Prinsloo, we have Philip Scott. On the boat, we will have Wayne Ridden, the voice of Midmar, and also one of the founders of Midmar, the man that's put it all together, and what a phenomenal person he is. I wouldn't, for all the money in the world, want the pressure that he has on a Midmar weekend. His engineer looking after the links on that boat will be Leon Skitter, and of course our executive producer over here in our van is none other than Louis van Aswegen. All the regular members, all the team, and then our audio engineers on our side happen to be, we've got Ryan Ellis, he's first Midmar, and working with Ryan, we have Michael Rasher, and we have a PA that's working with us. Her name is Suzanne van Jaarsveld. That's the team. Always nice to give them a mention, to give them some credit. Arnie, I see you are busy, but I know that you're a very multi-talented man. And you're busy getting some details. It's actually quite a bit of excitement around this, the 50th Midmar Mile.
Well, more than 25 previous winners that are here, including all the way from good old down under Australia, Paul Blackbeard, who won it way back when in 1977. You mentioned Wayne Ridden. Of course, Wayne is a two-time champion from 1975 and 76. The list is just incredibly endless, and what a privilege to be involved. If Martin is still around, I would just like to quickly hear from Martin on the other side there, how he figures Munro Bay will be continuing as it always does, playing a little bit of havoc, and today with the water being as still as what it is early on, any chance of that causing some troubles, Mart?
I think that we know the links and that are all working, but the reason Martin hasn't answered us now is because he is on a separate system briefing everybody over there at the start. So they're getting ready. He's busy briefing, doing his final briefing. We will ask that question again, and we will check in with Martin Godfrey, who is on the other side of the lake. Well, truly a sight to behold as we look at the television monitors over here, and we see a beautiful, beautiful Midmar Dam.
It's a swimming party and you're invited. It's been 50 years. 50 years and thousands of miles swum by people like you and I, superstar swimmers who clock 16 minutes for 1,600 meters, 88-year-olds and 8-year-olds. These waters have seen it all in the last half century. This is indeed a race that goes the extra mile. Started in 1974 with only 153 swimmers, now a Guinness World Record holder with more than 25,000 participants in the early 2000s. The 50th aQuelle Midmar Mile celebrates in style, as more than 25 former winners are here to salute an iconic sports event. This is the 2023 aQuelle Midmar Mile. I'm on Gets together with Brian Eminis and the team, and I thank you for joining the party. Beautiful pictures from our drone as we look at the dam, and if you've just joined us in the last few seconds live here and also on FM, and we'll confirm those different settings for you a little later on. This is the top of the dam wall itself. The dam at this stage 108% full. It is magnificent swimming conditions, Brian.
Indeed, Arnie, and here where we're sitting, if the dam rises anymore, we're going to be floating.
We're going to have our wet feet, but it's neither here nor there. I think the ideal for it is obviously that for the swimmers, conditions are utterly perfect. Little bits of swell, but that's also just boats that have gone out on the water in the last part. We have life-saving skills galore. There are almost a lifesaver for every 3 people in each one of the batches. I see that race organizer Wayne Ridden and former winner and his team and the media have already made their way over the water, and they are at the 800-meter buoy. That, by the way, demarcated by those yellow buoys you will see in the water. Every 400 meters is demarcated, and for tomorrow's main races, the men's and the women's races.
One, two, three, four. You got me on the TV? So we move closer there.
Our beautiful pictures live from the drone. That is an incredible sight. The dam wall and the overflow looking absolutely phenomenal. And so are the clouds over KwaZulu-Natal. If you're joining us from overseas, if you're watching it on the net, wherever you may be, or on your device, whatever chosen device it is, hello and welcome. This is in the Natal Midlands. And just about 22 kilometers up the road from Pietermaritzburg, the capital of KwaZulu-Natal, and Maritzburg itself just about 88 kilometers away from the coastal city and one of the biggest ports on the continent, Durban.
Edition of this
Up ahead,
spectacular
no less
event.
than 4
we are
different
about
races
to go
for you.
underway with the first event, and that is the disabled swimmer.
6 minutes time. And to give you the rundown of that, the disabled and the 71-year and over swimmers, including Terence Parkin, former Comrades runner, a former winner here, and on top of it all, an Olympic medalist and a multiple Paralympic medalist. And he will be swimming right up there in the front, swimming his 30th Midmar Mile. The Pope Ellis Ironman and Women competition, the Pope Ellis Comrades Biathlon, then the Pope Ellis Doozy Biathlon, and then the Chalk Cows and the Satanda charity batches will start a little later. To give you a heads up, one of the people that you could look out for in the Pope Ellis Comrades Biathlon, that is Midmar, as well as the Comrades Marathon, and that's why we mentioned to you earlier, is a man who finished 8th last year at the 2022 Comrades Marathon, Solly Mandua, who ran 5 hours and 46 minutes to clinch a coveted gold medal. And Solly has got his swim down to 40 minutes here at the Midmar Mile, brought to you by aQuelle. And Solly will be one of the men to watch. They are wearing green caps. Then the disabled swimmers will be wearing white caps. The Pope Ellis Iron men and women, light yellow and dark yellow. The Chalk Cows will be swimming with pink swim caps. And then the Satanda charity batch will wear purple caps. Ideal weather conditions, it's just over 20 degrees here, and today they're saying that the conditions will go up to around about 25%, 25 degrees rather, and very little humidity, which is also superb. Tomorrow it will be up to 31 degrees. That's more like we know KZN at this time of the year. Let's now go live to Martin Godfrey at the start. Martin, morning.
Mic check start. How's it?
So,
Mic check
Martin,
start.
if you are with us, we are getting your mic check. We are ready. You can, you're live, Marty, you're live.
So we are starting to load our first batch of swimmers, which is the disabled swimmers.
The Natal Midlands is the prestigious event, the Midmar Dam, is where these athletes are going to be battling it out. The first event being the disabled swimmers, as well as 71 years and over. We have the biathlon athletes as well as triathlons. We know Terence Parkin is one athlete who likes to take part in this event, and this year is no different. So let's see how the event unfolds as we go through to the 50th edition of the aQuelle Midmar Mile.
40. And I'm looking forward to it. The beautiful conditions, lovely day, not too hot. It will be perfect. And I think all the swimmers will appreciate that. They won't get sunburned. It won't take their energy. And I think today is going to be a lacquer swim and looking very, very forward to it. And it's going to be very, very exciting.
All the best to you, Aaron.
Thank you so much.
That was Aaron Putz. We know that he is no stranger to Midmar Mile, but he is also a swimmer that does well in pool swimming as well. His name, Aaron Putz. We'll look out for him at this finish. Hello, sir. Please tell us your numbers you've swum so far.
More than 20.
Name and tell us how many Midmars have you swum already?
I'm Solista Mandu. This is my first one.
Okay, what made you consider coming to the Midmar Mile this year?
Is the organizers of the race. It's them. They encouraged me to come and swim. Because I ran Comer Marathon. They told me that you have to swim again, Midmar Mile, so that. Yeah.
Oh, so you are a biathlon athlete?
Yes.
Oh, all the best to you.
I came 8th today. Yeah, today it will be my first one, but I don't know what will happen.
All the best. I can tell you, you're going to have a wonderful swim.
I hope so. Thank you so much.
Hello.
for the Ironman.
We will get you going shortly. All right.
Martin.
Could we please make sure all our disabled swimmers are near the front or that you're not knocking them out the way? Very important that we keep...
Martin.
Okay.
Right, the yellow caps are the Ironman. Of people doing all three, there's just a handful of you, the yellow caps. And the orange caps are all the individuals in there. And then behind you guys are going to be a purple charity batch, which is the Chalk Swimmers and the Satunda group. So they're coming in behind you. So we want you to enjoy the race, and we're going to start you with the siren. And we wish you all the best on the 50th anniversary. Good luck. Right, enjoy it. Ready?
Well, Arnie, we heard the siren there, so we're off the blocks. And this, of course, is the start.
You've got to go back.
This is the start of the first event of this historic, the 50th aQuelle Midmar Mile.
It is indeed, Brian, and they're off and going, and you'll see several of those flotation devices. Those are the safe swimmers, and a lot of these swimmers won't feel all that comfortable swimming in open water. Some of them may be doing it for the very first time. So therefore, they've decided to use these safe swimmers, and what a wonderful device this has been. This was something that was launched about 8 odd years ago here at the aQuelle Midmar Mile, and an incredible invention. It certainly does help. Let's look out for Terence Parkin. And Terence is a man who's won this event so many times, and also the disabled event, doing a wonderful job as always. Our safety personnel out there on the water, and it's brilliant to have them yet again. So freestyle is the stroke chosen by most swimmers in the aQuelle Midmar Mile. Well, it's the first stroke that most of us learn as children, and often considered as the easiest stroke to master. There is a strategy to that stroke, and you obviously, the first thing is, after having learnt the stroke properly, is in open water swimming, you've got to choose a marker on the horizon to swim towards, and it can get rather confusing. Round about the 800-meter mark, from there to the 1,200 mark is where they go through Munro Bay, and that area often has some very strange and interesting currents and streams that pull swimmers to the sides. Today doesn't seem to be much evidence of it, but it is going to be fascinating to watch if that does have an effect today, and of course again tomorrow. Talking about tomorrow's events, we start at 8:30 with the girls 13 and under and the women 31 and over. Then at 9:45, the boys 13 and under and men 31 and over. And then at 11 o'clock, the women in the category 14 to 30. And finally at 12:15, it's the men's open event 14 years to 30. And that is where things are going to get really very, very interesting indeed. We were saying to you that there are so many former winners involved here with the swim this year. And the defending women's champion, Stephanie Hartmann, is here as well. The Tuck swimmer surprised many when she won the Midmar Mile last year. And she had an incredible swim. She will line up to defend her women's title, but not taking anything for granted, because next to her will be the open water world champion, Sharon van Rooyendaal from Holland. Waiting to cross to Wayne Ridden for the first time this morning on the water, and Capital Sounds do a wonderful job of making sure that these communications, which stretch over quite a long way, are always perfect. It sounded superb a little earlier, and after the first 3 minutes and 20 seconds of swimming, we'll be able to cross to Wayne fairly soon. We were talking about the Women's Challenge tomorrow. The two-time Midmar Women's Champion and South African Olympian Michelle Weber is back as well. She set a record swimming the English Channel. That's from England to France in 32 Ks. She completed that in 10 hours and 21 minutes. It's the fastest by a South African female swimmer. So she'd be wanting to make it 3 titles here at the 50th edition of the aQuelle Midmar Mile. Back here at the start, it's the Chalk Cows batch that have started as well. They'll be wearing the pink caps when they come to this side of the slipway. And in another 3 minutes' time, it's the Satanda charity batch start as well.
Well, Arnie, just watching the swimmers in the water at the moment, we are getting the most incredible visuals. We have boats, we have drones, the TV crew that we are working with, incredible. These guys are really next level. They know what they're doing. They've put together probably the best of the best, and the pictures that we are getting are magnificent.
Well, those are the Chalk Cows. It's the only time when you can call a woman that, when they wear those clothings. And there's some of the disabled swimmers too swimming for Chalk. It is a magnificent sight. These guys and girls do wonderful fundraising. And I know that about 4 weeks ago, we'd already passed the 2 million rand mark of all the charity monies that the aQuelle Midmar Mile has raised so far, well on their way to their ultimate aim to get 5 million rand this year in charity monies. So 5 minutes and 30 seconds, and already having gone past the first of the markers, the boys. That's what they look like. There's a beautiful picture to explain to you what the swimmers see from a swimmer's point of view. Water just about perfect. A little shimmer of a chop, but nothing to write home about at this stage. Perfect conditions here for event number 1 of the 50th edition of the aQuelle Midmar Mile. Those are the swimmers from the Satanda charity batch start. Up front, though, see that there is a light yellow cap in control here of the race. That is the Pope Ellis Ironman and Iron Women. So they would have completed the Ironman competition as well then as the Midmar Mile, which is an amazing feat all by itself, Brian.
That Ironman competition, I mean, I know that you've run Comrades many times. You're also the official voice of Comrades. You know, if one thinks swimming the Midmar Mile and then, of course, undertaking the doozy challenge, right?
Yep, very much so.
And the Comrades,
yeah.
That has got to be 3 of the toughest in the world.
There's no doubt about it. And what fascinates me about that is that you would have done the journey between Pietermaritzburg and Durban, or Durban and Pietermaritzburg on foot. You would have done it on the water in a canoe, and then you do this as well, which is a remarkable feat. I don't think there are many people who can call that like that. And then, of course, there is also the cycle race, which is you can also do. That's got nothing to do with this particular event. But then I think you would have covered all the modes of transport between Maritzburg and Durban, Brian.
Yeah, you got to be super fit and really passionate. One man who's, of course, very well known, Oscar Chalupsky, who I'm having a look at outside the studio window. He has his new book, which is it already on the shelves or soon to be released?
It is indeed. And we'll be chatting to Oscar a little later. His book is called No Retreat, No Surrender, which is exactly how we know Oz. And I'm hoping that we'll line up an interview with Oscar. It'll be phenomenal to have Oscar. And the wonderful thing about this is that up front there, these men and women also show no surrender, because the brilliance of it all is that this event is, whatever you say, it's a challenge.
Well, folks, it's now time to join the doyen of the Midmar Mile, Wayne Ridden, who's currently on the tracker boat. Good morning and welcome once again, Wayne.
Right, thanks very much there, Brian. So we've got some leaders here that we can feed back on. So believe it or not, we've got Grant Larson, who is a long time before we've had an Ironman swimmer in front of this group. So Grant Larson, by the way, is doing the Ironman biathlon. So he's going to have to open up a huge time here gap, because behind him is a young man from Pietermaritzburg who's going to be challenging here, who was 8th in the Comrades. And Grant Larson is also in the same Comrades biathlon. So Grant Larson is a swimmer from the 1980s. I actually used to coach him in a club called Wansbeck in Westville. in those days, and he's a talented swimmer. He was a good sprinter in those days, so he's leading this group. On his feet is Alani Ferreira, who's getting guided across the water by Emily Martins, swimming very nicely. They're right on Grant's feet. And then there's a big gap to where there's Aaron Putz. Okay, probably about 80 meters or so, and then another probably 80 meters to where Terence Parkin is. Terence is just taking a little bit of a break and going to head off again. So those are your top group here at the moment, but the actual winners are swimming away from everybody, and they're about the 700-meter mark at the moment. Nice and flat are the conditions, so they're enjoying a nice swim here. We can't really go too far back, otherwise you'll miss these leaders. But Aaron Putz, the second disabled swimmer here, obviously in his own category. Alani Ferreira in the sighted category, and then Terence Parkin in the deaf category. So there's your top three disabled swimmers that are doing very well.
So, Wayne, thank you very much for that update. We'll chat to Wayne again in the next few minutes as they reach the next buoy. And Solly, that Wayne mentioned there, we did mention him to you, finished 8th overall at the Comrades Marathon this year, covering the 89 kilometers in 5 hours and 46 minutes to grab a coveted gold medal. Solly Mandua, and Solly looks like he has got his hands full there, wanting to win the biathlon. That would be the Midmar Mile and the Comrades Marathon.
Well, that's going to be something really very, very, very special. I know that he has a huge following. There are many people that have come to watch and to root for him. And let's see how he's going to feature. I've put my money on him, and I'm sure that he is going to do extremely well. Looking out at the ramp, this is the time when Frank and the team on the ramp make sure that everything is ready. Crews all waiting, the timing people all waiting. And, of course, then as soon as they start crossing the chips, we actually call it the chip mat.
Yeah, indeed. So all of them will be wearing a Velcro Titan chip around their ankle. And this is brought to you by Racetech. And that's also where you can get the results, as well as at aQuelle Midmar Mile's website. And the moment that they cross the mat, there's a timing device that starts taking their time as they cross the start line. And then as they come out the water, there is a transponder there, and that will give them their finish times. Of course, what Brian very likely touched on is this first race. Everyone has butterflies. There isn't a person who's involved here, whether it is the safety personnel, the lifesavers out on the water, the timing guys and girls, the girls from aQuelle who've done an incredible job with the branding and everything else. Not one person doesn't have flutterbys, because you're all wondering, is it all going to work? So far, so good.
Indeed it is, and it won't be long now, and we'll be going back to join Wayne Ridden on the tracker. I always call it Tracker 1. That's the official boat that's on the official IRB that's on the water. And from there, we are able to bring you live commentary. And we also now have live pictures. So, of course, the big screens that people are watching. Many, many spectators that have arrived here. All watching, all listening, all eager to see who is going to do well today. Call the ball when you're ready.
So at this stage, 12 minutes and 50 seconds worth of swimming. Frankie the Frog is on that lead boat of ours on Tracker 1 and watching with bated breath if Frog can do such a thing. And, of course, he promotes water safety and how good it is that this is one of the things of many different features that have come out of the aQuelle Midmar Mile. We were telling you earlier that Sharon van Rooyendaal, the world champion over 10 kilometers, is here. The Dutch star is the current world champ after claiming the open water title in Budapest just last year. Former Olympic champion, having taken gold at the Rio Games in 2016 and followed that up with silver in Tokyo in 2021. So she comes here with an incredible list of performances behind her name, and she'll be lining up in the women's race tomorrow, wanting to take this title as well, although this is probably just a warm-up for Van Rooyendaal. who says she hasn't been to South Africa before and she's heard a lot about the Midmar Mile. Still absolutely perfect water conditions as they now come up to the 1,200-meter buoy. Slightly slower here than what we perhaps expected, but I think this has become quite a tactical race as well. And now there is that little break up there at the front. When we last heard from Wayne, it was Brent Larson and blind swimmer Ilani Ferrasio, who was doing an incredible race together with her guide, Emily Martins, as well as Erin Putz. Terence Parkin was just a little bit further back. So young Ilani Ferreira is doing a wonderful job, but then so does her guide, and it is wonderful to see how many of these disabled swimmers do what most normal people, if you like, if I could use that term, are not able to do. Able-bodied people, including yours truly, who tried this once.
Very important also for all the boats that are on the water, all these inflatables from the various rescue teams, that they move very, very slowly, because if they create a wake, it's very difficult for the swimmers.
It is indeed, Brian, and that is one of the things that the pilots on the boats are very aware of and try not to do. I mean, just here, as we take a look at what is known as a diamond in swimming and in canoe racing, just look at the wake, if you like, that the swimmers are creating. So a boat moves just so much more water and creates its own problem. So there's that small break now. There's about 2 body lengths between first and the 2 swimmers in second spot now. But here they come. They're making their way up to the finish line. And race time clicking on to almost 17 minutes. Let's go back live to Wayne Ridden.
All right, so we've got the same order all the way through, just that the leading 3 have opened up a much bigger gap. They're coming up to that 1,200-meter mark now. Grant Larson well ahead here. He's opening up the gap by a meter or 2 on. And then the next disabled swimmer coming up the slipway should be Terence Parkin. We're looking a little bit tired, Terence is. That's unusual for him. But I know he's been a very, very busy man. So, you know, this is his 30 years of competing here. And the story behind it with the 1994 swim that he did as a 13, where he came from the second batch to win the 13 and under category. So absolutely amazing man. He's done huge feats in this dam as well with 16, the first man to swim 16 miles here in amongst all the people swimming back to the start, but we let him do it. He's done the trip all the way from Johannesburg here, cycling down here, swimming 8 miles here, running to the Doozy start, and then paddling Doozy all the way to Durban. So this is an amazing young man, and his association in 30 years at the Midmar Mile is absolutely commendable. So over to you. We'll see you at the finish soon.
Well, thanks a lot there to Wayne Ridden, who's on tracker 1. And with those famous words, we know when he says over to you, then, of course, he is heading towards the finish. Let's quickly just check in with Frank Knowles, who's our voice on the slipway. And I normally like to get the picture that he sees. We, of course, are watching on television monitors. Frank's watching it live. Frank, can you see those swimmers?
Oh, thanks, Brian. Yes, normally what we do is we watch that tracker boat of Wayne's out in the front over there. At the moment he feels comfortable, he'll break away and come and join us. Interesting chat with Wayne the other day about Solly Mandua. And he bumped into this guy and they started chatting about comrades. And Solly mentioned, I came 8th in the comrades. And Wayne said, brilliant, can you swim? So he said, no. So he took him down to, Wayne took him down to his pool. The first day, I think he did about a 54 for the distance. The second time he swam, he took 16 minutes off his time. And here he is now in the top 4 swimmers at the moment in that biathlon. So Great feat there by Solly, and as you mentioned, very, very likeable guy, very well known in the comrades, and hopefully will soon have his name engraved on that trophy if he keeps up this good work. In the meantime, while we wait for Wayne, Brian, we're going to go back to you.
Well, thanks a lot there. That's Frank Knowles. That's at the finish. He'll watch those swimmers as they come across. In the meantime, we see the boat coming closer, and that will be to welcome those swimmers across the line.
At this stage then, as Wayne makes his way onto the slipway and will take the commentary, it is a well-oiled machine, this, and we're straight back into things. Although, as I was saying to you earlier, the first race is always just a little jittery from just about every one of the quarters, because everyone is checking systems and seeing that everything works and all the rest of it. Just to run you through the rest of the day's proceedings. Event number 2 at 10:15, the family teams event. Company teams get underway at 11 o'clock, and under starters orders at 12:15, it'll be the non-company teams. Tomorrow we start at 8:30 with the girls and the women's races, and then at 10:45, boys 13 and under and men 31 and over. But I do believe that we can go to Frank Knowles, who'll be bringing these swimmers through at the finish line and up the slipway. Frank.
Thanks again, Brian. Yes, as you are watching at the moment now, a lot of the regulars at the Midmar, you can see us taking advantage of that setup that we've got down at the finish area with the cheering, where you can come and watch the finish at leisure. A lot of people taking advantage there at the moment. We're probably about 100 meters out at the moment. You can see the breakaway swimmers out here in the front. There's 3 of them. And then there's quite a way back, right back, probably about another 30 or 40 meters back towards the 1,200 meter mark, where the batch of swimmers are following up after that. We're waiting for Wayne just to come and join us on the slipway, but the race that you're watching at the moment, the Pope Ellis Ironman, Iron Woman, the Pope Ellis Biathlon, Pope Ellis Doozy Biathlon, and of course 71 years and older. Those swimmers who think that they'll swim longer than 60 minutes, or the 71 years and older. We do have a gentleman 80 years old swimming at the moment, so good to have him with us at the event. Tomorrow's later events. The next one, 9:45, is the family team event. And of course, that will be followed at 11 o'clock by the company team and 12:15 by the non-company team. Just catching up, I see Frankie has just arrived with his psychedelic swimming shorts on. And of course, he's teaching all the kids over here at Midmar how to survive in the water. Step number 1, I believe, learn to swim, he says. So we'll have to have a chat to him about that.
Test one.
All right.
Right, so the man in front there, Grant Larson, so he's going to challenge. He's got to have a fast time if he wants to win this Ironman biathlon with Solly behind him, so it's going to be very, very interesting. So let's see what time he does there. Right, so Grant Larson, up he comes there. Well done, Grant. Excellent, fella. Stay the one lane, eh? So there is Emily Martins having brought Alani Ferreira all the way through here. Alani can't see this far, so well done there to Alani Ferreira. Okay. So I will tell you that Emily Martins also swam 16 miles yesterday and the day before as well. This is her 17th mile in 3 days, so also leading through. Emily, how did you feel? Right, well done, Alani. How did you feel on that one?
I'm not going to lie, I missed one of the boys, so I didn't quite know if we had a 400 or 800 left. But I thought, screw this, I'm going to give it guns, and luckily it was the last 400, so...
Well, you had a lead swimmer with Grant Larson there. He's one of my old swimmers from 1980s down in Wansbeck in Westville, okay, when I was teaching at Westville. And he was just in front of you, and he opened up a little gap on you, and Emily was keeping you in a straight line. So perfect straight line that you swam. We'll give you your time as soon as we can.
Thank you, Wayne. Yeah, I saw him in front of me, and I could feel his kick every now and then. And I thought, no, I need to go. But he was just too strong. So he had a really good race.
Right, we'll ask Grant Larson to come down onto the slipway here as well. When you check through the top there, come down and we'll have a chat to you. And the next man coming through is Aaron Putz. So he's in his own category as well. And you'll see that behind him, the next white cap should be Terence Parkin, but he was looking a little bit tired. And remember, it's his 30th year of swimming. 1994, his first appearance here. He won the 13 and under category. So what an amazing 3 decades that he's given to swimming here.
All right, just the lane controllers. Lane 1, white caps. Lane 2, blue. Lane 3, green. Lane 4, yellow. Lane 5 and 6 will be the orange. Please, if you can direct the swimmers. White, lane 1. Blue, lane 2. Green, lane 3. 4, yellow. And 5 and 6, orange.
All right, this is Aaron Putz coming up here. He gives a lot to swimming as well. Always smiling when he's racing. So there he is, 25 minutes and 45 seconds about. So we'll just try and call up the times that we got for the first few. Please give me a printout of the first few. Need the times for the first. Okay, write them down for me and give them to me then. Okay, right. I need something. I don't want to fight today, guys. I promise you, I don't want to fight today. You give me information, otherwise we've got nothing to say. Right, where's the backup timers?
All right, coming over the line there first was Grant Larson in a time 48:22.55. Emily Martins 48:23. At the same time, Alani Pereira and Aaron Putz coming over in 48:25.44.
Right, so unofficially 22:46 was Grant Larson's time. So that's a very, very, very fast time there. And I think it may be enough to actually pull that Ironman Biathlon title out there with Solly chasing him behind. Right, looks like Wayne Jacobs coming through there now. Luke Smith, he's just 14 years old. He's swimming for Chalk. He's come from the group behind, so that's a really fast time. All right, we got Jacques Fries coming through there. He's 52 years old. Matthew Gooch, 46 years old. Another one of the Chalk swimmers. Alexandra Watt, well done. Katie Larson, well done, Katie. So, Simai Becker. So, Lani Ferreira's time there was 23:09. Aaron Putz 25:44. Wayne Jacobs 27:07. Jacques Fries was 27:33. But that time from Alexander Watt coming from the Chalk group behind, 23:44. So well done there to Alexander Watt. Right, give him a big round of applause. It is Stuart Bird, 63 years old, 28:26. That's very, very fast. So Mark Dingle is next, 28:36. David Williams, 28:39. Bruce Dixon, 28:45. The blue caps are. Right, we're still waiting for Terence Parkin coming through. Yeah, but who's this? So David Williams there, his time 28:39. Right, Terence Parkin came through a little bit earlier, 28:04. So Paula van Zyl there, 29:39. Grant Curran, 29:39. Kaylee Jabir, 25:42. She's just 13 years old. Nice time there from her. Through now, Adam Turon, also 13 years old, 25:52.
Ruben Salzwedel coming through in 26:09. Catherine Rowan, 26:20. Anton Reinecker, 30 minutes and 28 seconds.
Yeah, we can make a plan a little bit later. Yeah, okay.
Young Kaylee DeVere and Adon Teron, 13 years young in 25 minutes 42, 25:52.
Right, we're waiting for Solly Mandua still. Okay, he's going to be around about 40 minutes, but that time, 22:55 from Grant Larson is going to be a time to now beat. So we've got to check and see what his comrade's time was. So look at these disabled swimmers here. They are doing really great and very happy to come up that slipway.
There comes Hofmeider Force. Great effort there, 31 minutes, 11 seconds.
So Lauren Day has just finished part of that comrades biathlon, 31:21. So she could be amongst that top group when it comes to the ladies section of that biathlon. So I'm sure that she could be winning that.
Amkela Kwamarana coming through 31:29. James Willer, 31:33. Come on, Frankie, get excited there, boy. Frankie, get excited. Well done. A couple more chalk ladies coming over. Bailey Hughes, Shannon Hugo, Jill Quick. Your time there, Jill, 57 years young, 32 minutes and 5 seconds. Devin Olsen, 32:07. And Shannon Hugo, 28:04. Bailey Hughes, 28:03.
So Bailey Lambert has just come up on that slipway there, 28:23.
So you've been listening to the dulcet tones of Wayne Ridden and Frank Knowles on the slip, and race time as they now start coming through, 33 minutes and 30 seconds at this stage. And again, wonderful job done by these swimmers. How good to have them raising money for children who contracted cancer. And every single swimmer that is here that comes out of the water with the cow clothing on are indeed superheroes in their own right.
Indeed they are, and I must say that the people standing in front of me here have the most impressive shirts. These are the guys from Ryan Mittal, and it says here, partner of the forces, patriots of the water. That is very, very impressive. And yesterday I had the honor of meeting the CEO of Ryan Mittal. He is from Germany, and what a very, very pleasant young man who's doing so well from Ryan Mittal. And I think he's also swimming, but I see that there's a strong team right in front of us here wearing their Ryan Mittal shirts, partners of the forces. Very impressive indeed.
So at the moment as things stand, there are lots of white caps out there still. Those would be the disabled and 71 years and over swimmers. Then you'll notice light yellow and dark yellow caps. That's the men and the women taking part in the Ironman. The green, the Pope Ellis Comrades Biathlon. And then the blue caps is the Pope Ellis Doozy Biathlon. And if you are wondering what Pope Ellis stands for, that signifies Graham Pope Ellis. If I'm not mistaken, 9 times Doozy winner, an absolute sporting legend. There wasn't anything that he didn't do with complete and utter passion and excellence at the very same time. Unfortunately died rather tragically in an accident on his farm a few years ago. But this is a tribute to one of South Africa's great athletes, Graham Pope Ellis.
Well, unfortunately, Brian, we've just lost our trackers coming over the finish over here, so we'll get that up and running. We'll be able to give you an idea of who's who in the zoo. Not meaning in a nasty way, of course, but we have got some cows coming over, and of course doing it all for charity. Next event coming up 9:45, the family teams event. I was having a chat earlier to Gary Albertine, and he was telling me, unfortunately, not all the team members are family, so they won't be competing, but they'll be here. So look forward to seeing the Albertines taking to the water coming up at 9:45. All right, just a reminder, the caps coming through white, you guys will go through lane 1. Blue caps through lane 2. Green caps lane 3. Yellow cap, please, if you guys can make it through lane 4. And the orange caps, if you guys can make it 5 and 6. Pink and purple, that's the Chok and Sitanda. Charities, you guys in the final lane. Time out in the water now, 39 minutes and 7 seconds. Another outstanding effort there from Chad Gifford coming over the line. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big hand to Chad Gifford, finishing his umpteenth Midmar Mile. I'm not sure how many he's done, but he's been here almost every year that I have. So congratulations one more time, Chad.
So, Frank, one of the people in this race that I'm very keen to see whether they've been able to get to the finish line or not is 1974, the first winner ever, Trevor Stradom. I know that he was swimming here. Would love to know whether he's already in. Unfortunately, our system is down at the moment, so we can't tell you exactly who finishes where at this stage. But have you spotted him, Frank?
So while we're waiting for Frank to come back to us, we also looking out for Frank Korb. Frank Korb, who is a regular in this particular event, a wonderful, wonderful gentleman who sadly had an accident on a motorcycle, not his fault, and him and the judge that's standing in the van here with us, Judge Oberholzer, who also swims. And he's just recuperating after being ill, and I know that we'll see him back in Midmar next year. But a man that really wants to do well in this particular event, and of course to know that he's done well in the 50th Midmar Mile, proudly brought to you by aQuelle.
All right, Brian, I've caught up with Chad Gifford. Chad, come and have a couple of words over here. Nobody can see you, which is fine. Congratulations, another swim behind you. How many have you done so far with us at Midmar?
60 crossings now. Yeah, it's too many.
And this year went according to plan. You happy?
I did, until somebody knocked me this way and somebody knocked me that way. Somebody slapped my bum. So yeah, it was fun.
I think it might have been one of the ladies slapping the bum.
I really hope so.
Anyway, Jade, I know you say that you'll come back so long as you're able to, and hopefully we'll catch you again next year. I know you're down in Port Shepstone coaching down there. How's it going?
It's going very well. Kids are doing well. They get galas up and some have done. So yeah, they achieve very good results.
Well, Jade, we'll catch you during the course of the day and tomorrow. But in the meantime, congratulations. Nice to have you back with us.
Thanks, Frankie.
Lovely stuff. In the meantime, Brian, back to you.
Thank you so much, Frank. I wanted to hear from you. I don't know if you can hear us properly down there, but we wanted to know if you'd seen the first winner of the inaugural race way back in 1974, Trevor Stradom, coming across the line.
I have not yet. We have got a spy out watching for us because unfortunately we are offline. But yes, we are keeping an eye out for Trevor, and you'll hear the moment he comes over the line, we guys will give you a big, big shout. In the meantime, the crowd in the stands had gone exceptionally quiet. I think over the years this has been the quietest we've had the spectators. So hopefully we can get spectators to lift these spirits a little bit there. All right, Warren, if you're available. Warren, if you can just pop down to your computer at the slipway. Thank you.
Well done to the swimmers that are completing over here at the moment. And Arnie, if we look out, look at the different styles. There's sort of a whole variety of swimming styles here. But I think something that is very special is the fact that they're using these flotation buoys. That was introduced in the last couple of years.
It's about 8 years old, Brian, and the safe swimmer scenario is incredible. That's why Frankie Frog is here as well, and that has been a lifesaver, literally and figuratively, for so many people. There have been people who've wanted to swim the aQuelle Midmar Mile and have not had the courage to do so. The flotation device doesn't take any of the pressure away of swimming, but at least there's a little extra factor of safety that you can throw in. And I think that does make a massive difference to it all. Our grateful thanks to all of our sponsors. It wouldn't happen without them. Mr. Price Sport, Maxed, MI17 National Group, Izimvelo KZN Wildlife, Pam Golding Properties, Finish Time, Claudina Black Label, Hibiscus Hospital in Cato Ridge, Lenmed, Embrace Every Day. Then there's Luxliner and Truda Chipper, Shelving SA, as well as Modern Athlete, Race Food, Supergroup and Virgin Active. And let's not forget that it wouldn't happen without all your photographic memories. And to the team here, thank you to them as well for that.
So they said we must just forget your password, please.
All right, so we're back up and running. I can see on the screens just in time to welcome over the line Ross Jennings, 77 years young, 48 minutes, 6 seconds. We are keeping an eye out for Trevor Stradham, last year's winner, and we'll be watching our screens with anticipation.
Thank you.
I must say that the system that we have here is also just of the best. We've got all the detail at our fingertips, and very big thank you to Warren Pippin and his team. They are the unsung heroes because their names never get mentioned, and they are the people making sure that we have all the data as presenters. We have everything available that at a moment's notice we can immediately tell you who is crossing the line. And just over the line now is Nigel Mr. Fudge Smith. So Nigel Mr. Smudge, 53 years old, and just crossed the line there.
Also welcoming over Hans Sleep there, 75 years young, 49 minutes, 49 seconds. You'll be happy with that. I'm just having a chat with Wayne, and he's telling me that they are in the process of taking our very famous Bathy Abuthnot, gentleman, the founder of the Midmar. They're going to take him out to the 400-meter mark out here and drop him off so that he can at least just come through the finish line as he's done so many years before. So Bathy Abuthnot crossing the line for the 50th time will be happening shortly. Elisa Dollenberg coming over, 8 years young. Making sure that mom was finishing properly. So well done.
I must say a very big thank you to Admiral Rusty Higgs, who is part of the Ryan Mittal team. You heard me talking about Ryan Mittal earlier, and welcoming the CEO of Ryan Mittal. Wow, we really have dignitaries here all the way from Sweden. We have the Swedish military attaché who will be swimming with his two sons. He's out from Stockholm. Currently, the military attaché that is based in Pretoria, and he's come all the way down here to come and swim the Midmar Mile. I must actually say thank you to the Swedish government, because I was in Sweden and went to a place called Linköping where they build the Gripen fighter, and it was very, very impressive.
We welcome home our 80-year-old swimmer there, Raymond Davey, coming through in a time 52 minutes, 27 seconds. What an achievement, Raymond. Well done. Sam Selma Olsen, 70 years young, 52 minutes, 30 seconds. Showing up quite a few of the youngsters here today, so congratulations, guys. Well done.
And I did receive a cue from Urbi Weber also, who said to me that Frank Korb was on his way in, a regular swimmer in the disabled category. I haven't seen whether his name has come up on the chip timing yet, but I was busy talking to the Swedish military attaché who came and paid a visit to our studio.
Oh, some very noisy girls there. Zahara, Amy coming over the line. Very, very happy with Emma finishing off their chalk swim for the morning. Reese Dival coming through, 15 years of age. Karen Gibson, 61, 55 minutes, 01. Well done, Karen. Another young swimmer coming through, Jenna Lepan, 9 years young. Trevor Nell, 68, coming over the line in 55.37.
So race time for our first event of the day is now ticked on to 57 minutes and 10 seconds. And lots of chalk swimmers coming through. Boy, do we only admire the work that they do. Thank you, guys and girls, boys and girls. It really is much appreciated. Your efforts in raising money for children who suffer with cancer is much appreciated. Still looking out for Trevor Stradom, the 1974 winner, the first of the men to herald in an incredible 50 years of swimming. And Trevor should be out the water in the next few minutes.
All right, Brian, I've managed to catch up with Trevor Stradom down at the slipway. Came in some time ago. He's already dry. He's got his first whiskey and looks like he's enjoying himself down on the slipway. Trevor, very good morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Pleased to be back here.
Right, you past winner and happy with your time today?
I don't actually know what my time was. I've still got to look into that one. But yeah, I enjoyed my swim.
the conditions out there, you know, we always talk about that little bit of a rip current coming out from Monroe Bay. Affect anything today?
No, not at all. Just perfect conditions, yeah. I did find, being used to swimming in the salt water, I seem to be a bit lower in the water, and I was swallowing a bit of water here and there, but just a bit of getting used to that, yeah.
So when did you... Midmar?
This morning, early this morning, came through early this morning, yeah.
No jet lag?
I think there might be. I haven't done too much good sleeping in the last week, three days or so, but yeah, I think my body clock's still catching up with yeah.
Obviously, this is your big swim. Have you got anything planned for the weekend? Are you going to join us in any of the other swims just for fun?
No, I won't be swimming again, but I will be around for the weekend, yeah.
Lovely stuff, and of course, we'll catch you at prize giving.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Trevor, thanks for coming down, joining us. That's Trevor Stradom, the past winner for the Ironman. So good to have a chat to him. Sorry we missed you coming out. We went offline here for a second, and obviously you look much younger than you did last year, so that's why we missed you. All right, Brian, sorry, the aQuelle ladies have told me that what they are doing is every 50th swimmer celebrating 50 years of aQuelle, Midmar Mile, every 50th swimmer will get an aQuelle hamper given to them at the finish. So you don't know who you are. You'll just be pulled aside, taken into a dark chamber, put a cloth over your head, and give you a prize.
I would assume that that would include 1 or 2 bits of what would be known as the wet stuff, the good stuff, the aQuelle H2O, and of course the Viv, which is an incredible and refreshing drink. And how nice it is to have that. So they're reviving you with all their new Viv power and sports drinks in a unique ergonomic bottle and energizing flavors. The range offers a taste for everyone. Viv Power, packed with guarana and natural caffeine. There's pineberry, garden fruit and calamansi sports drinks. And it will also revive you with added electrolytes and B vitamins. That's Viv Hydration, the ultimate grab bottle high in vitamins and natural spring water. It comes in a 600ml bottle and you'll love how it fits in your hand. aQuelle, it is the only place where you'll get the best drink to revive you.
Shoko Tatoi coming through, 78 years young. Deborah Steiner looking very happy, finishing off in 1 hour 2 and 30 seconds. Tokozane Gininenda, 1 hour 2 minutes 32 seconds. Another of our senior swimmers there, Ingrid Lahost, 75 years young, 1 hour 1 minute. All right, we are scanning the water at the moment now, Brian, because out there coming back towards the finish is, of course, Batya Batnot. He'll be swimming his 50th. And in celebration, we've got a medal specifically picked out for him that we're going to wrap around his neck, and none other than Trevor Stradom, the winner in the first ever 1974 swim, will be handing over his official 50th medal. So we are skinning the water, checking to see where Buffy is. He'll be coming in shortly. All right, Brian, if I could just ask you for a few seconds silence. Wayne has just got to do an interview, and we'll come back to you.
Well,
all right,
Arnie,
everybody,
we
a
heard
big
the
moment
siren
for us
there,
here.
so we're off the blocks. And this, of course, is the start. This is the start of the first event of this historic, the 50th aQuelle Midmar Mile.
So 5 minutes and 30 seconds, and already having gone past the first of the markers, the boys. That's what they look like. There's a beautiful picture to explain to what the swimmers see from a swimmer's point of view.
We've got some leaders here that we can feed back on. So believe it or not, we've got Grant Larson, who is a long time before we've had an Ironman swimmer in front of this group. So Grant Larson, by the way, is doing the Ironman biathlon. So he's going to have to open up a huge time here. The actual winners are swimming away from everybody, and they're about the 700-meter mark at the moment. Nice and flat are the conditions, so they're enjoying a nice swim here.
Here they come. They're making their way up to the finish line, and race time clicking on to almost 17 minutes.
All right, so we've got the same order all the way through, just that the leading three have opened up a much bigger gap. They're coming up to that 1,200-meter mark now. Grant Larson well ahead here. He's opening up the gap by a meter or two on Alani Ferreira. Emily keeping her nice and straight, but they have got somebody to follow. And then it must be like about 150 meters now where we've got Aaron Putz. And then the next disabled swimmer coming up the slipway should be Terence Parkin.
Probably about 100 meters out at the moment. You can see the breakaway swimmers out here in the front. There's 3 of them. And then there's quite a way back, right back, probably about another 30 or 40 meters back towards the 1,200-meter mark, where the batch of swimmers are following up after that. Right.
So the man in front there, Grant Larson, so he's going to challenge. He's got to have a fast time here if he wants to win this Ironman biathlon with Solly behind him. So it's going to be very, very interesting. So let's see what time he does there. Right, so Grant Larson, up he comes there. Well done, Grant. Excellent, fella. Stay the one lane, eh? So there is Emily Martins having brought Alani Ferreira all the way through here. Alani can't see this far, so well done there to Alani Ferreira. Okay. So, all right, this is Aaron Putz coming up here. He gives a lot to swimming as well. Always smiling when he's racing. So there he is, 25 minutes and 45 seconds about. Right, looks like Wayne Jacobs coming through there now. Luke Smith, he's just 14 years old. He's swimming for Chalk. He's come from the group behind, so that's a really fast time.
Well done to the swimmers that are completing over here at the moment. And Arnie, if we look out, look at the different styles. There's sort of a whole variety of swimming styles here.
Right, the next event, of course, coming up at 9:45 this morning is the family team event. They'll be followed at 11 o'clock with the company team, and then at 12:15 with the non-company team. So those are your swimmers taking to water a little bit later on today. We are watching water at the moment now for Bathy Arbuthnot. Be coming out for his 50th swim. Antonega, well done, 109.05, and Gavin Worth, 109.09. Gavin, well done. All right, Brian, the moment we've been waiting for, if you look down about 40 meters, 30 meters out, we've got Bathy being accompanied by his by his mate, and they are a couple of meters finishing off. And then we are going to officially hand over Bathy's medal to him.
Gosh, Frank, that is epic. Hey? If there's one man that's name is synonymous with this great event, then it most certainly is Bathy. I see the South African Navy with their HPB Harbour Protection Boat, the Namakura, moving in close to watch the proceedings. Staying up nice and close. They, of course, have a whole lot of divers with them, apart from the team that are here from Salisbury Island, I think it is. It's now Naval Station Salisbury Island.
So just to give you a little more information on Mike Arbuthnot, of course, one of the founders of the Midmar Mile way back there in 1974. And Bathy, I think, is going to be celebrating 89 years old. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe this would be his 48th journey across the water of the Midmar Dam. It is incredible. Frank, bring the legend home, please.
Yeah, not a correction, but just observation. He has just turned 90, so that's an achievement all by itself. Congratulations. And I don't know that. I've just been told that. So anyway, but here he is coming in. You'll see he's got the lovely black sleeves on. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand. Bathy Arbuthnot, legend in his own right, way back from 1974, swimming race number 48. Going to be welcomed home there by past winner 1974. Trevor Stradham going to give him a t-shirt, keep him warm and put his medal around his neck. And Frankie, of course, Frankie the Frog, making sure that he gets home nice and safely. Bathy, good to have you back with us again, and so good that you're still part of this legend of a swim, creating the legend in the legend.
Come this way, come this way. Well done, Cole. Fantastic.
So, Mike, or Buffy, Buffnot, congratulations one more time. There he is with Frankie. And Frankie, I'm sure, could take a few tips from him. There's no doubt about that. An absolute legend. And he was saying all those years ago, he was an avid water polo player and was part of the SEALs team. And they couldn't pay for a new water polo ball, which the team needed, as the team had to provide a ball for league games. So that was one of the motivating factors to start the Midmar Mile, to raise funds to buy a water polo ball. And the Glenwood water polo players team swam the first year and threw the water polo ball to each other the whole way across, all the way back to 1974. And here he still is. What a legend.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir.
So our next event here at the 50th edition of the aQuelle Midmar Mile happens in round about 15 minutes time. It's the family teams event number 2. Following that at 11 o'clock, company teams, that's event number 3, and we finish off the day with the non-company teams, and they are under starters orders at 12:15 this afternoon.
So I love all the shirts that we've got here. So in front of me, if the lady will just move the strap, it says Bash, and then it's Ubu's biggest supporter. But I can't see because she's got a strap over her back. Bush Munian, Ubu's biggest supporter.
That's the way to do it, Brian.
Yeah.
If you're going to support someone, then splash it. Put it all over your shirt and have a full go.
And she just smiles, and she just showed me that for saying something so nice, the bunny chow will be here at 5. And it'll be followed by chicken biryani. Do you eat chicken biryani?
Love it.
There
Anytime.
you are.
Bring
There
it.
you
Just
are.
bring it. We're ready. We'll experiment with anything. I promise you.
You were telling me, or your wife was telling me, that you are a connoisseur of fine food.
No, just fine coffee. There is a huge difference.
Between being a connoisseur.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, you know what they say, Brian, an expert. There's actually no such thing, because an expert has been, and a spurt is a drip under pressure.
You with Brian Eminis and Arnold Geertz, broadcasting live here at the 50th aQuelle Midmar Mile. Very big thank you and a shout out to Len Heine. Len is the man that provides the live stage sound,
we heard,
and also does backup onto the main system to ensure that this whole area is covered with sound. Len, having worked with, well, I worked with Len many, many years ago at the days of Capital Radio 604. Len used to be in the helicopter.
And Len is available for freelance protection work of any type, because if you see how Len is built, you'll know that if there's anyone who can give you private protection, he is the man. Talking about that kind of thing, alipad van Kreersdorp af daar bo in die Gauteng area. Wel gedaan aan Koos van Rensburg. Ek verstaan hy's elke jaar hier en hy's een van daai manne wat alles laat uithang. And today Koos turns 70. Baie geluk Koos. Ons hoop daar sommer nog 30 meer en dat julle almal hier by die Midmar.
well, Arnie, we heard the siren there, so we're off the blocks.
And this, of course, is the start.
You've got to go back.
This is the start of the first event of this historic, the 50th aQuelle Midmar Mile.
So 5 minutes and 30 seconds, and already having gone past the first of the markers, the boys. That's what they look like. There's a beautiful picture to explain to what the swimmers see from a swimmer's point of view.
We've got some leaders here that we can feed back on. So believe it or not, we've got Grant Larson, who is a long time before we've had an Ironman swimmer in front of this group. So Grant Larson, by the way, is doing the Ironman biathlon. So he's going to have to open up a huge time here. The actual winners are swimming away from everybody, and they're about the 700-meter mark at the moment. Nice and flat are the conditions, so they're enjoying a nice swim here.
Here they come. They're making their way up to the finish line, and race time clicking on to almost 17 minutes.
All right, so we've got the same order all the way through, just that the leading three have opened up a much bigger gap. They're coming up to that 1,200-meter mark now. Grant Larson well ahead here. He's opening up the gap by a meter or two on Alani Ferreira. Emily keeping her nice and straight, but they have got somebody to follow. And then it must be like about 150 meters now where we've got Aaron Putz. And then the next disabled swimmer coming up the slipway should be Terence Parkin.
Probably about 100 meters out at the moment. You can see the breakaway swimmers out here in the front. There's 3 of them. And then there's quite a way back, right back, probably about another 30 or 40 meters back towards the 1,200-meter mark, where the batch of swimmers are following up after that. Right.
So the man in front there, Grant Larson, so he's going to challenge. He's got to have a fast time if he wants to win this Ironman biathlon with Solly behind him. So it's going to be very, very interesting. So let's see what time he does there. Right, so Grant Larson, up he comes there. Well done, Grant. Excellent, fella. Stay the one lane, eh? So there is Emily Martins having brought Alani Ferreira all the way through here. Alani can't see this far, so well done there to Alani Ferreira. Okay. So this is Aaron Putz coming up here. He gives a lot to swimming as well. Always smiling when he's racing. So there he is, 25 minutes and 45 seconds about. Right, looks like Wayne Jacobs coming through there now. Luke Smith, he's just 14 years old. He's swimming for Chalk. He's come from the group behind, so that's a really fast time.
Well done to the swimmers that are completing over here at the moment. And Arnie, if we look out, look at the different styles. There's sort of a whole
then of course I've swam for myself ever since, but it's not about me. I keep telling this to everybody. It's about these people that are standing in front of me now, and all the people that have just finished that first race, our disabled, yes, it's nice to have all the fast swimmers tomorrow, and they do make it the exciting event that it is. But I think the whole event really boils down to all these people that come down to Pietermaritzburg, come into our area, come up to Howick and join us across on this dam. It's the best event in the world. It's the largest open water event in the world. And I, for one, am certainly very, very proud to be part of it. And I can wax lyrical for hours, but we've got to get this next race underway.
Indeed, and I go with that. And I've often said it on various platforms, various forums, and even whilst broadcasting overseas, that this truly is one of the greatest of its kind in the world.
Thank you, Brian. I'm going to go get these guys underway in a few minutes. We're just waiting for Wayne to come back with the boat. So the swimmers are in the water. They're just lined up and they're just chilling and looking across and thinking, oh my word, I've got to go over there for the next half an hour. But it's going to be fun. They'll be over to you just now, and we'll cross again a bit later in the day.
I only see half of the Albertine family. What's happening?
That's a good point. Well, our son is just finished matric and he's in Cape Town right now. So, yeah, he's decided until he's properly fit not to swim the event. And then my daughter said, well, if her brother's not swimming, she shouldn't. So we thought we'd knock off a team and maybe next year we'll be back together again.
I suppose, Gary, with all the swims that you did yesterday and the day before, on the first 2 days of the charity swims, then that covers for the other half of the family, hey?
Yes, I would hope so. It was a good fun swimming 16 miles.
What keeps you guys coming back to this gruesome race? I mean, are you a sucker for punishment?
No, you know what? It's just everything. It's everybody we see. I mean, I've caught up with friends I haven't seen in a year. And, of course, this year's the 50th, so you cannot miss the 50th. And I actually turned 50 this year, so the universe was telling me, let's go and do this 50th. So,
all right. All the best to the Albertine family. We'll catch up with you later.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was the Albertine family. They are no strangers to the Midmar Mile. And let me swimmers that swims for charity 60 days of Midmar Mile. And one other family that stands out for me is the Townsend family, Rita Townsend and her family. You will know that Rita is the mom of Darian Townsend, awesome foursome that won gold at the Olympics. Over to you guys, back in the studio.
Big thank you there to Matapela, who is working on the ramp as well, talking to the famous Albertine family.
Indeed, they are an icon, and iconic in this race. Of course, Gary has won several of the races. As a man who swims the 8 miles every day, he is an absolute legend here too. And how nice to see that they're still at it. And daughter and son also involved in the sport and also have turned into some really fine swimmers. Thanks for that, Matapela.
Okay. Let's mic check the Sennheiser. All right, so swimmers, just so that you know, we're just waiting for the start to come across, rain ridden. So talk amongst yourselves. If you don't know each other, now's a very good time to get to know each other. If you're single, then now's the time to get phone numbers. Right, 111. Okay, we're going to try this one now. It looks like our microphone is working. We do apologize for the technical glitches. We have some of our lovely foreign swimmers here. Straight down there. Don't microphone. Right.
So, folks, we're going over now to the start. We join Wayne Ridden at the start.
Ready. All right, Brian, one of the nice things that we got here, we got a huge group of our visitors from overseas that are going to be having a light swim here this morning, including we always claim him, it's Paul Blackbeard. He's going to have a nice little swim amongst everybody here and go casually across the water. We have our visitors from the United States, from the Oz Swim. They're going to have a swim, so their winners there in that race, Catherine Briot and Chad Tourette, he's going to be, well, both of them are going to be checking out the course here. And we've obviously got our own Michelle Weber, and who's going to be swimming along with Ashley Twitchell, one of our four-time winner, and our visitor here from the Netherlands, Sharon van Roendal, the world champion in the 10 kilometers last year, the Olympic champion in 2016, silver medalist in 2021. She's going to have a light swim across here and enjoy it. So we'll be able to actually meet them on the slipway in the next sort of 20 minutes or so. So they're just going to go and get checked in, and then we'll get this race underway. So nice to have our visitors all in the same race together. I know that we missed Ashley Hogg and Bailey Haresine from the United Kingdom. We missed them, and hopefully they'll be in the next race having a light swim. So I hope they enjoy it. Everybody here in the start, the families, we hope you really race hard. Gary and Megan, and they're on their own. The kids have left them. So they haven't got a team here now. So, but good luck, everybody. Let's see who's the first family that's going to be onto the slipway.
1, 2. Right. All right, swimmers. Just remember, swimmers, you are swimming to the far side. There are marker buoys at 400, 800, and 1200 meters. Those are your guides. You, my kind of people. Go! Have a good swim, everybody. Yeah, you can go now. All right, Dirk, you can please bring them through. Come on, Ashley, you should be at the end already. You're
You've come all the way from America and you're hanging around at the start. All right, swimmers, please, can you make your way as quickly as possible without running down to the start? Please, can you line up in line with the start itself, please? All right, please, can you just line up in line with the start here, please? Move back, ma'am. I know you're in a hurry to get to the start, but all in good time. All right, come Blue Caps, if you can just make it a little bit faster if you wouldn't mind. Just also be careful, there is a to drive on. Please don't fall over it. Please line up in line with start. Right, come those blue swimmers at the back, please can you make it a little bit faster? Time waits for no lady or gentleman. You've got 45 seconds, there will be no countdown. You are heading to the other side of the dam. There's a marker buoy at 400, 800 and 1200 meters. You're heading for those white tents on the other side. The first one that gets there wins. "30 seconds, Blue Caps, 30 seconds. Is everybody happy? What about the rest of you? That'll do. You will be signed off with the start of a klaxon. Red. And away you go. Have a good swim. Enjoy yourselves. Thank you, Dirk. You can bring the next batch through, please. Yellow caps, please. Yellow caps, please. Yellow caps, please. Right, yellows, if you can please make your way down to the start, to line up in line with the start banner. If you can do it as quickly as you can without running, we'd appreciate that. You've got 2 minutes to go.
So that was Martin Godfrey in action at the start area. Of course, Martin will be swimming his 49th race tomorrow.
Thanks, Arnie. Time to go across now and join Wayne Ridden once again on Tracker 1. Welcome back, Wayne.
Well, Brian, we've got an interesting situation here, and I hope my guess is going to be right. The man that's raced out to the front is our Oz winner from the United States, Chad Le Tourette. So he's like really gone off at a pace, and the reason why I'm guessing it's him because he's got no number on, and he wouldn't have had time to have a number get put on when we dropped him off at the start. But he took off, and I could see straight away that he was obviously a decent swimmer, and he's now opened up about a 15-meter gap on a young man, Clayton Casaubon, who's one of our leading open water swimmers in South Africa, as a young man coming through. And then I think we've got our winner of the ladies section in the Oz swim sitting in third place, another 30 meters or so behind. And then it's a bit of anybody's game after that, but in amongst that is Gary Albertine, who I'm told has now done he's on his 158th mile since he started doing the 16 miles and everything. So he completed 16 miles yesterday. He's doing his 17th mile now this morning with his wife Megan, and he doesn't have his kids there. They've got a bit older now, so they found better things to do today. So he won't be in amongst the family team winning here, but certainly lovely to have them in the family event. So over to you.
Thanks very much, Wayne. So good to hear that Gary Albertine is up there and still piling on the pressure like he always does. Young Kasaban is doing a wonderful job. So we'll watch this as they've now gone past the first 400-meter buoy on their way to the halfway mark. Oh, and a little bit of chop out there now. I think that is caused by the boats that are going in the opposite direction. And then we'll see how things go. So both winners of the Oz Swim out here and competing in the 50th edition of the aQuelle Midmar Mile. How good to see. In the meantime, though, lots to eat and drink and to do here. And we'll introduce you a little later to the band that'll be playing at the Midmar Mile.
Had a nice chat to the guys from Spur Steak Ranches. They're over here. And they were telling me that they are ready and geared up to serve everybody. So big thank you to the Spur for being here, of the many food outlets. But they did come all the way down here to chat to us and to tell us that if you want the perfect lunch, they are here.
Talk about perfect. You can maintain contact and hear exactly what is going on by tuning in to us on FM 100.5 on your radio or on your smart device, whatever it may be, laptop, handheld, whatever the case may be. And if you're on your way driving a little later or you're driving back in tomorrow, it's on FM 100.5. Together with all the other platforms, most notably, you can watch it live on the aQuelle Midmar Mile website, and it'll be clear. You'll have lots of markers over there to show you exactly what, where, when and how. But we are live on air with these pictures all the way through until at least 2 o'clock this afternoon, and ditto from tomorrow, where we'll start at 8 o'clock as we normally do and go all the way through again until about 2 o'clock with our live pictures. And we're also doing intermittent crossings to the SABC.
Once again, we go back to Tracker 1 and we get the latest on the swim. Back to you, Wayne.
Right, Brian, we've got an interesting situation here. You've got Chad Latour out in the front here, and he's taking the left line, so he's obviously pulling himself on the left, maybe a little bit too far left, but it'll get his bearings for tomorrow. You've got Clayton Casaubon now about 30-40 meters behind him, swimming nicely. He's going straight through the boys. Okay, we can't quite see the guy who is, it's Catherine Breert, who's the other Oz swimmer winner, who's lying in third place. We're not sure who fourth place is, but fifth and sixth swimming stroke for stroke. I don't know if we've got you on the camera or anything like that, but it is Michelle Webber and Sharon van Roendal having really easy swims there. And it's nice that they're going to come onto the slipway and people will be able to see exactly who they are when they hit the slipway. So they're sitting in that fifth and sixth position, and then in the seventh position is Gary Albertine. So a very nice group to come through there to be welcomed onto the slipway. So I'm sure that we can be introduced and have a little chat to Chad to see how he felt his first Midmar Mile went. So over to you.
I got it on video.
So, folks, just afford the medical personnel the opportunity to do their work. Thank you. Very quick response to an incident in the spectator area. But please just afford them the opportunity to do their work.
So, as that happens on the banks here, meanwhile, race time clicking on to almost 10 minutes now. And in the family event, things are going superbly well at this stage. And wonderful to see that so many families are taking part here, as is always the case. Our next race gets underway at 11 o'clock this morning with the company teams. We'll be crossing to Wayne again now at the 1,200 meter buoy, winning time a little earlier today in the disabled and the various Ironman and biathlon events was just over 22 minutes. Let's see how this one goes. This one should be slightly faster, if at all. And a little later on then, it'll also be fascinating to see the non-company teams and how they go as compared to the winning time. So there's the boy featured beautifully for you. If you want a bird's eye view or a swimmer's eye view in this particular case, that's exactly what it's like. Water is still just about perfect. It is like glass out there. So apparently the jet has gone over. It's 12 o'clock somewhere in the world, because they tell me that the bar is open. So off you go. If you already have a thirst, good luck with that. I hope it works out well. In the meantime, back to the racing out there on the water, the family teams event. And it's just gone past the halfway mark. Some more of those batches of 150 to 200 odd swimmers who get underway. Clean swimming, and they're all wearing their microchips on their ankles, and off they go. And then the moment that they go across the line, this side on the slipway, the watchers stop and they each get their individual time. So they would call it a mat-to-mat time. Getting into the water and starting watches, etc., etc. It is a very clean and efficient way to do things. Waiting still to chat to Wayne Ridden, race director, as he has been for the last 30 odd years, and winner of many of the races, and set in 2048. Man who's back here this year for the first time in about 8 years. Paul Blackbeard won the next one, so he broke that string of wins by Wayne Ridden, and had a lovely interview with Paul on radio earlier in the week. He said he could hardly wait. He's seen a lot of his old swimming mates and all the venues that he used to train at. He said he was quite nostalgic, and it'll be a great nostalgic bit to see him also do his thing here. So interestingly enough, way back in 1977, Blackbeard won in 18 minutes and 39 seconds. And then in 2016, he came back here, and as an 55-year-old, only swam 40 seconds slower than his winning time all those years ago. These pictures of ours on our big screens dotted around the Midmar Mile venue shows us a beautiful stroke of our leader in the front. Behind him it is Claston Casaban, and then Catherine Breert also putting together a wonderful swim. He's got 400 meters to go now after 15 minutes of swimming. That's the last of the markers as he makes his way here to the slipway and the finish. And I'm sure that Wayne Ridden will be chatting to us in a second or two. Talking about Wayne again, 5 is the record number of consecutive wins by Wayne Ridden in the Graham Pope Ellis Ironman Triathlon, or the combined performance in the Midmar Mile, the Doozy Canoe Marathon, and the Comrades Marathon. Wayne did that in 1990 all the way through to 1994, and that is an incredible performance as well. Lovely pictures of from the drone at that finish line and the boat bringing it home. It is just beautiful to see. This is a great sight and one of the most awesome sights. There's no doubt about it. This is the biggest open water swim ever. The 5th edition of the aQuelle Mile. It is an incredible mile, and it's one of those miles that you'll remember for the rest of your life. You hear about a golden mile, well, this is something very much like it. Hails all the way back to 1974, and the aQuelle Midmar Mile has extra importance because obviously it's celebrating its 50th anniversary, and both defending champions Connor Buck and Stephanie Hartman are back tomorrow. Field also 2 winners of the Walmart Oz Mile Swim in Arkansas in the USA, Catherine Brett and Chad Latourette. Chad is up in the front there at the moment, setting the pace in this, which is the family event. And I'm sure that Chad is just having a little look-see today, having a nice casual swim to see how things work out for him in the water here in South Africa. So at the slipway, and we'll welcome these swimmers, including, of course, as we were saying, to the winner of the Walmart Oz Mile Swim in Arkansas in the USA, who happens to be Chad Latourette, and the women's winner, Catherine Brett, is Frank Knowles. Frank is on the slipway. Frank, take it away.
Well, as normal, Arnie, we can see the swimmer coming towards us about 40, 50 meters out at the moment now. Got a breakaway lead there of at least another 30, 40 meters back to the second and third place swimmers. So nice, going to be a nice, comfortable win. I'm got my screen back up and running, so we'll be giving the times as they come over. And you are busy watching. If you have just arrived at Midmar, you're watching the family. You are watching the family team event. Sorry. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome home. Give him a big welcome over the finish line as he comes over, the first of the swimmers in the family teams event. And congratulations there to Chad Latourette, and a time of 20:09, 20 minutes and 9 seconds.
Right, so let's catch up with Chad on his first Midmar Mile. He won the Oz Swim a few months back, and he won this trip out here. Chad, you went off like a bullet. We said that's a really great swim coming up here. How did you feel on that first swim?
Really good. Over the flight at this point, so we're just waiting to check the conditions. It's glass out there, which is incredible. Sunny at the end, easy course to spot, and just feeling my stroke, feeling pretty good in the water.
You want to swim another one later?
I got 2 more tomorrow, so I love the course. The point-to-point is really special. We only have a few of those in California. It's a different swim versus a loop, so yeah, I'm looking forward to 2 more tomorrow.
All right, and tell me, what's your best performance like in a 1,500-meter freestyle race pool swim?
That was at 2011 Worlds, was 14:52 long course.
Well, let me tell you that you're the only guy that's raced this that's gone under 15 minutes, so you've got somebody to race here tomorrow.
That sounds awesome. That was 12 years ago, but I still got a little bit of juice left in me, so I'm looking forward to a good race.
And you know you're going to be challenging the 31 to 40 age group first. That's on the second race tomorrow morning, and then on the elite race. You're looking forward to both races?
Yeah, I think in a single day, so the key is making sure you warm up and warm down well and get fluids between.
We say well done, enjoy the rest of the morning, and we'll watch you carefully tomorrow in the racing side. Well done to Chad, all the way from the United States. And up on the slipway we've got Sharon van Roendal, the world champion last year, Olympic medalist, gold medalist in 2016, silver medalist in 20. Sharon, how did you feel there? You looked pretty comfortable out there. You did a bit of butterfly along the way.
Yes, Michelle and I just did it for fun and to swim with everybody. And what felt very everybody was, yeah, a good experience.
Oh, we're glad you enjoyed that, and you're happy with the sighting, you know, like seeing where you're going to go tomorrow?
Yeah, so it's very clear because you have the orange buoys and you just have to go through them and then you can see the finish. So everything is set up for tomorrow.
Great. We say good luck tomorrow, and I'm sure you're going to have another swim later this morning?
Yeah, I think so. We're going to do another one later. So.
Well, we looked at mile guys yesterday. Your first swim and your sighting, you know, straight swim, flat water like this, it's absolutely amazing. You know, this is flat compared to yesterday, so we could have different conditions tomorrow. How did you feel today?
I mean, the water's absolutely beautiful. Temperature's perfect. I definitely, you know, do better in the 20-mile and up distance, but the sighting was awesome, and I'm excited to race the ladies tomorrow.
We say well done, and hope you enjoy the next swim as well this morning. So well done to Catherine Briett, all the way from the United States.
All right, Sharon's time there, 21:52, 21:56. Well, of course, was Michelle Weber, Catherine Briett coming through 22 and 39. For the umpteenth time, Gary Albertine crossing the line. 54 years young, 23 minutes 41. Never seems to age, never seems to slow down. Clara Banks, 14 years young, 23:49. Phoenix de Brain coming over there, age 13 of 23:58. You are watching the family teams event, which is event 2 on day 1. And of course, coming up a little bit later, 11 o'clock, we've got the company teams and then the non-company teams finishing off. Nice to have Llewellyn Faber and Stage Group Productions with us. They are putting the out onto all those screens, including the big screen. If you want to pop up towards the stages, you'll see the big screen set up there, and Llewellyn feeding us all those feeds during the course of the day. As the guys mentioned, 100.5 FM is where you can catch us on radio at the moment. If you want to hear the up-to-date what's happening at the Midmar Mile 50th edition in 2023, Midmar Dam, just outside Howick. Peter
Frank, and here comes Ashley Twitchell and Derek, husband. You started so far behind, Ashley. You guys watched everybody go off, and you actually came through there. You must be very happy. What's it like being back? How many years ago was it when you were back here?
It's been 5 years since I've been back, so I think this is my 7th or 8th one. It's amazing to be back.
Well, we're happy to have you back here. And Derek, were you pacing nicely there?
Oh, I was just trying to hang on to the feet.
Nice conditions here this morning. You've had a few different conditions in your races. You would prefer this condition tomorrow?
Yeah, it was beautiful. It was perfect. Water temperature was fantastic and nice and flat like a pool, so that's how I like it.
And do you feel stronger after having the baby? So a bit nervous?
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting. It's different. Everyday training is a little bit different. So I had the baby in May. So it's fun, and I'm excited. This is my first competition back.
So tell me, how much actual time did you take off in having a baby?
So I was in the water while I was pregnant, but not training at all, at the volume and intensity I had. And I've really been back to full training probably since December.
Well, we say good luck tomorrow. We're all rooting for you. 4 wins already. We'd like a 5th one?
I would love that, but I'm just excited to be here, and we'll see how it goes.
Well, we say good luck, and thanks to Derek for coming out as well, and with baby and mom. Paul, nice little chat to you. You've just sneaked here. So you also hung at the back there, and just to have a look at everything there. Conditions like this, not happening very often like this, is it?
Oh, the conditions are fantastic, and hanging at the back's lovely because that's part of the event, just with the people, the environment while it's happening. I loved it. And the conditions, as you say, are perfect.
Well,
Pull maybe towards the bank.
Towards the bank. Okay, yeah. So, Paul, the whole atmosphere here, you obviously come back for a certain reason. There's a huge following in South Africa with your swimming, okay? And what keeps you going?
Probably the swimmers at the end of the day. I swim with a nice group of people. It's a nice camaraderie. Coming back here is to see old friends, old swimmers. That's what probably keeps me going more than anything. It's just the people. It's fantastic. And I enjoy the health and the fitness out of it as well.
Well, obviously, and then every year I watch this 100 100s that you do over Christmas and New Year and everything. 100 100s, and it's on an interval of 130, and most of us can't even do 100 in 130. What do you actually average that?
I'm between 115 and 120 on that, so when you do it. But this year I got COVID, so I couldn't do it. I missed it.
Oh, wow, you had COVID now at the beginning of this year, and you're feeling strong at the moment?
Still a little bit in the chest. You can feel you can't have the breath. You do those repeats, breathing 5, 7. The 7s are a little bit tougher than they used to be. So it's...
Well, we're always impressed at the way you swim here, and we're looking forward to you challenging those 13 and unders. So we always want the golden oldies to make sure the 13 unders know what it's all about. You remember those days, and to see these guys coming from all over the world here, you must have a smile on your face that it's in South Africa as well.
I love it. I mean, South Africa can put an event like this, which is world leading, and it's well done to you, Wayne. Well done. Thank you. It's a great event. Well done.
Well, we're just thankful that you come out here whenever you can, and we always watch your Facebook and really enjoy seeing your results. So we say all the best for tomorrow, and I'd like to see you on that slipway first in event number 6 tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Right, good luck to Paul Blackbeard tomorrow. He's had his little swim here, warm-up swim, and really talented young man in the 61 to 70 age group. So really puts us all to shame. So we have to get back in the water, I think.
Yeah, making it look easy there. Wayne finishing off, Paul finishing off in a time 26:26. So still really up there with the contenders. And good to have him back with us in South Africa for a short time. Nikhil Mita coming over there, 29:15. Tanit Tatoi, 29:23. Young Connor Crutchley, 11 years young, 29:33. Well done, Connor. Nice swim for you. Not to be outdone, we got Ella van Vegen coming through, 10 years young, 29:41. Ella. Shay coming over there, age 14, swimming for Pink Ladies. And Karen Lindsay coming through. Well done, Karen. 61 years young, time of 30 minutes, 2 seconds. And there we've got younger Megan Albertine, making sure Gary got home safely. 30 minutes and 13 seconds for you, Megan. A young group of swimmers coming through there. Jordan, Christy, Bailey and Lexi. Well done to you guys. All hovering around the 13, 14, 16 age group.
So at this stage, the family race, 33 minutes and 24. And families competing as hard here as they possibly can. Combined times is the order of the day, and they'll be working hard. How very nice to have seen that the winners of the Walmart Oz Mile Swim in Arkansas, Chad Letourette and Catherine Brett, both competing here, and great to have them in South Africa. It is an absolute pleasure, so thank you for doing that. It is amazing, and we are so grateful that you guys and girls are here. Two other international stars in the field, regular visitors Ashley Hogg and Bailey Haysin, are from the UK, and also looking for some top places will be the team of Slovakian swimmers, including Thomas Pesjar, Samuel Sekan and Christian Galik. Then there's more of our American visitors as well, and they'll be spectating. She made waves at the Midmar in the 1980s. Patricia Butcher, who returns to the scene of one of her most spectacular victories. She now lives in Boulder in Colorado, and Butcher has that unique record at the aQuelle Midmar Mile that she dented more than just a few male egos. The three-time race winner is the only woman to have won the event overall as a 15-year-old way back in 19. Time of 18 minutes and 13 seconds was good enough to shave a massive 75 seconds off the women's record and beat all the men in the process. Great to have Patricia Butcher with us again. We hope she has a wonderful time, courtesy of aQuelle and Wayne Ridden and his whole team. I wanted to remind you, not just are there those incredible 50th anniversary towels from the Midmar Mile, for sale here, but all sorts of other wonderful things, including the book No Retreat, No Surrender by Oscar Chalupsky, with Graham Spence, the inspiring story of a world champion sportsman and a cancer warrior. And Oscar has pledged the proceeds of the books that are sold here to the campaign for cancer, and it's bone marrow cancer in particular. Of course, that is what Oscar contracted, and there are lots of people, and young people in particular, who contract bone marrow cancer. So if you wanted to make a difference, purchase the book. It is in our, with all the food courts and everything else as well. The No Retreat, No Surrender, the inspiring story of a world champion sportsman and cancer survivor. Very few people know that Oscar came here in 1974 as a 12-year-old and swam here too. That's how he made his name as a swimmer first. And then, of course, he fell into the sport which he dominated. He was first a South African National Life-Saving Championship winner and the country's greatest spokesman at the 1992 Barcelona Olympics, which I was very lucky enough to have been at. He's won the international famous Molokai to Oahu World Surf Ski Marathon Championships in Hawaii a record 12 times. No one, I think, will ever do that again.
Yeah, Arnold, quite an achiever. But, talking about food courts, I promised my friends that I'd announce the Alan Wilson Shell Hole. They've got a food court set up right next to the beer garden. In actual fact, it's slightly to the back of the beer garden, so they are tucked away. But if you are looking for good food, good company, and good friendship, go across to the Alan Wilson food stall, and it's right next to the beer garden. You'll catch some there.
Right, Brian, we've got an interesting situation here. You've got Chad Latour out in the front here, and he's taking the left line, so he's obviously pulling himself on the left, maybe a little bit too far left.
So, folks, there's a rather interesting announcement.
You've got Clayton Casselborn now about 30, 40 meters behind him. Swimming nicely. He's going straight through the boys.
In the meantime, back to the racing out there on the water, the family teams event. And it's just gone past the halfway mark. Some more of those batches of 150 to 200 odd swimmers who get underway. Clean swimming, and they're all wearing their microchips on their ankles, and off they go.
Brian, while we're on the subject of, I'm looking at Jack Haskins, I'm afraid, lost. Just reminded me, we've got a little lost lady that's joined. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome home, give him a big welcome over the finish line as he comes over, the first of the swimmers in the family teams event. And congratulations there to Chad Latour, and a time of 20:09.
To Chad, all the way from the United States. And up on the slipway, we've got Sharon van Roendal, the world champion last year, Olympic medalist, gold medalist in 2016, silver medalist in 2021.
It was beautiful. It was perfect. Water temperature was fantastic and nice and flat like a pool. So that's how I like it.
Conditions are fantastic, and hanging at the back's lovely because that's part of the event. You know, just with the people, the environment, what is happening. I loved it, and the conditions, as you say, are perfect.
Right, since your break, esports, you kept with us every single year with Midmar. You went across and you were helping us in the Hilton area, if I remember correctly, at the school there. How's that all going?
Yeah, I was helping out organisation in Howick, Angels Care, going very, very well at the moment. We're actually increasing the preschool at the moment, and aftercare and the feeding scheme. They're feeding up to 350 kids every Saturday. So anyone who wants to do a sponsorship, I might get a job back. Please, you can go through to Angels Care. It's on the website.
Lovely stuff. And the rumor has it that you've stopped parasailing off the side of buildings, rather using the lift. Is that true?
Well, I haven't got a rope that's strong enough to hold my weight, so I have to use the lift.
Well, there we go, Brian. That's the legendary Jack Haskins, of course. And he's still with us after all these many, many, many years of Midmar. Oh, young Anthony Crutchley coming over there, 72 years young in a time of 42.28.
Thane Beetliffs was our last finisher. Just ahead of Thane, it was Gerard van der Linde, and then Silmarie Geldenhuis and JD Ferreira, all finishing their races in a tad over 44 odd minutes. Well done. So here is some wonderful news from Mr. Price. If you finish in maxed swimming gear, whether it's a costume or whether it is one of those other ones, whatever the case may be, or the body length ones, if you are wearing maxed gear, you can go along to the chill zone and you stand a chance of winning a prize from Maxed and Mr. Price.
Right, so let's have a look. Aiden Ellis, I think you've just come over. If you can come across to the announcing play, please. Aiden Ellis.
You know, Frank, I was just telling Arnie over here in the studio that in my book, each and every person that crosses that mat is a winner in their own right. The fact that they've done the swim, the happiness, you know, there's so much that goes into swimming the Midmar, and to be able to say, I've earned my medal, I've swum the Midmar.
Right, the Sutherland's coming home. Well done, guys. Angeline and Matthew Sutherland. John Dempsey finishing off his swim here for the morning. Toby Miller, welcome home. Kira Late, 43 minutes 34 seconds for you. Jim Barnard in the 46:36s, well done. Rourke Guy finishing off, well done.
The Midmar Mile proudly brought with the compliments of aQuelle, and I must say one of the greatest events to be a broadcaster on. Part of the team here is probably as great as what it must be to swim the Midmar Mile. It's really a pleasure, and of course working with such a great team. Wonderful to see so many people finishing, and of course in my book, as thank you for being part of this historic 50th Midmar.
Thank you, Ryan. And of course, it's also great to have the top sound company in South Africa, if not in Africa, Capital Sounds. I haven't heard your jingle, Brian, and that'll take me back a couple of years when we last worked with you. So whenever you're ready.
Are you all right? That when Wayne talks now from the boat, it's getting a little bit of the it's fine.
I'm joined by Matt Jackson from Izimvelo Wildlife. And Matt, thank you so much for your time. Beautiful view as we look back with all these safe swimmers behind us. Matt, what is the involvement of Izimvelo Wildlife?
We've been involved since inception, but personally speaking, 22 years with Wayne. We started off with only about 6,000 swimmers one day, Saturday afternoons or Saturdays. Then we changed to 2 days because it became so popular. Happy to have been part of the world record of 70,000 swimmers. Yeah. But one can't just thank Izimvelo KZN Wildlife. You know, there are so many associated services like the Navy, the diving unit, the SAPS,
the lifesavers.
Yeah. Without it, it wouldn't be an event. And we have grown and we enjoy it thoroughly.
Talk to us about what Izimvelo does.
We provide rescue boats. Initially it was the Powerboat Club. We used to supply a couple of paddle skis, and as I say, it grew. And now there are boats we secure from Durban, dive boats from the SAPS, mainly a liaison. Things have changed over the years, and we've relied more and more on outside help due to our shrinking fiscal in the organisation. But it's still a great event, and we're so proud to be a part and parcel of it.
And how has Izimvelo Wildlife influenced things here at Midmar itself as a resort?
Well, as a resort, you know, the Midmar Mile weekend used to bring in about 50% in the latter years of our day visitor. It used to get almost 33% of our revenue for the year. So the Midmar Mile is an incredibly important event, as well as raising funds for our conservation organisations, for charities. It's also free marketing for the organisation. So we've got people from all over the country who come to the event purely because of it and not because of Midmar. But having visited, we like to think that they enjoy their stay and they come back as visitors to enjoy the water sports which are available on the dam.
Of course, lots of people drive past on the highway down to Durban. They look at the dam wall and they marvel at how beautiful it is. But very few people, other than that, actually stop off and come and have a picnic in general, unless you know about the resort side of Midmar itself, isn't it?
No, you're so right. And that's why this event, I mean, 60-70% of the swimmers come from the Transvaal, it was called in those days. And they all go down to the coastal holidays, so they know about Midmar. They know behind that wall there's a lovely facility, and I see they're busy redoing the chalets, upgrading, which is not before time. So that's a wonderful step in the right direction.
And also, The resort itself has a very peaceful feeling about it. I always come here, and I'm blessed enough to be able to run here in the mornings. You can go for miles and miles. It's peaceful. It is a gorgeous part of the world.
Yeah, we have a Hurricane Athletic Club, which is a resident club here. They run every Thursday. We have canoeists who come for a Thursday dash. Elderly folk come in here because, as you say, it's quite. Bring their dogs for a walk on the other side of the dam. So yeah, it's very user and visitor friendly.
Matt, you and I were chatting. You asked me whether I've done one of these. I actually got to the 400-meter buoy one year and decided to give it up. And you've never considered doing this other than on a boat?
No, I haven't. I've done 22 with 285 horsepowers on the back of my boat.
That's
me, and it's a safe way.
That's the way. Lastly, with the 50th, I think a little tribute to Wayne Ridden and the immense work that the man and his organisation has done to grow it to what we see today.
I'm actually glad you brought that up, because Wayne is one of those people who never puts himself in the front of somewhere to say, Wayne Ridden have been responsible for organising with other people the greatest open water swimming event in the world. And I think it's kudos to Wayne. He is, how he does it, I don't know.
Yeah.
But over the years, he's dealt with many challenges. He's been through the COVID era. And the Midmar Mile, he raises money to help our disadvantaged communities. So it's not purely who you see today who's been helped. It's a far-reaching, and it's national events, provincial events, it's swimming pools in the outer areas. No, Wayne and I have boxed, I'll be honest. Wayne can be a difficult person, but that's Wayne's nature. He wants to get something done the right way. There's no grey, there's no black. It's the right way, and we have developed such a wonderful working relationship, and I think he needs to be acknowledged internationally for the stature of this event.
No doubt about that. Is for the aQuelle Midmar Mile to try and raise more than 5 million rand in charities. I know they're halfway there. You can make a difference. Pop in at the website at aQuelle Midmar Mile and see if you can't make your own contribution.
All right. Sorry, Brian, we've got a bit of lost and found. Somebody's kindly picked up a cell phone, handed it into us down here at the slipway. So if you've dropped your cell phone, you want to come across and lay claim to it. Alternatively, I think we'll sell it and donate the funds to the Capital Sounds Fund.
Oh boy, I like that.
Vice President Tina, World Aquatics. It's called World Aquatics. You know, we changed our name.
Yes.
I'm first Vice President and honorary President of the Olympic Committee and member of the International.
All right, Brian, catching you at the slipway, and I've got the honor of catching up with none other than Mr. Sam Ramsamy. A lot of you will remember him from the old SASCOC, I think it was, days in the Olympic Committee. Mr. Ramsamy, good to have you with us on the slipway.
It's wonderful, wonderful to see so many activities taking place as far as swimming is concerned. I'm very, very impressed.
And okay, you've come a long way since those early days, and tell us what you're up to at the moment, or you just at home making sandwiches for the wife.
Now, I'm continuing with my activities. I'm still a member of the International Olympic Committee. First Vice President, of course, you know, it's called no more FINA anymore now. We call it World Athletics, which we changed in November. And I'm also honorary President of the Olympic Committee of South Africa. So activities are continuing, and that is why it's so nice to be here and watching this wonderful event.
Well, I must say I'm a very close friend of Wayne Ridden, and he was telling me the other day that when you've been abroad together, you've sometimes taken him under your wing and taken him to the airport personally and things like that. You've done a lot for the Swimming South Africa.
Yeah, well, swimming has always been a passion for me because I am the first president of Swimming South Africa as we know it today. I'm the founding president of the non-racial democratic movement in swimming. Wayne and I have been involved in swimming for very many years, not only in coaching but in all forms of activities, and especially in activities concerned with Swim for All. And this is undoubtedly the major event as far as Swim for All event is concerned throughout the world.
There is a rumor going around, it's just a rumor, but that tells me that you'll be swimming next year.
Hopefully, I've been very impressed, and I will certainly not put one of those lifeguards on because, as many of you know, many years ago, I was a surf lifeguard on the Durban beach, so I'm used to open water swimming.
I remember the days, that goes back to Gary Albertine in those days. You'd remember Oscar Chalupsky as well.
Yes, Oscar and I are still very close friends. And in fact, Oscar threatened me to take me down the doozy, and I'm still waiting for that to happen. And Oscar, as you know, is involved in all types of aquatic activities, but it's wonderful to see Oscar here today.
Well, Mr. Ramsamy, thanks very much, and thanks for joining us. I know you're in the VIP tent. I hope you're sitting down, relaxing, enjoying yourself.
Yeah, actually, I'm watching with great intent all these kids and family members who are coming up. I'm going to be here from 8:30 tomorrow morning to watch the highly competitive group.
That's going to be the fun day. Thanks again for your time, and thanks for sharing some thoughts with us. That's Mr. Sam Ramsamy joining us again on the slipway. Brian, it's back to you.
Well, thanks a lot there, Frank Knowles, who's on the slipway, speaking there to Mr. Sam Ramsamy.
Talking about that kind of thing, there is an Isuzu parked illegally. It's a white Isuzu, reg number Foxtrot Whiskey, 32 Foxtrot X-Ray, Gauteng plates. Please, if you can move that vehicle as soon as possible. And in the meantime, I know they're about to start at the start line. The event that is penciled in for 11 o'clock, the company teams. Let's hear from Martin Godfrey on the other side. Martin, are you there?
Away you go. Sorry for the delay. Have a good swim. See you on the other side. Right, can we bring on the next batch, please?
Okay. No problem. Where can we hear?
Right, our next batch is coming through. Blue caps.
No, it's you. The moment.
Say hello to the frog as you come through. All right, if we can just make it a little bit quicker, please, without running. And line up in line with the aQuelle start.
We
Right, swimmers, if you can make your way as quickly as possible without running. 2 minutes.
Sounds like they are in a chop.
All right, with us in the blue caps here is my very dear friend, Mr. Mervyn Bremner. Mervyn is doing his 44th crossing. Give him a round of applause, everybody. 44 crossings, come on. And he's also done a whole host of crossings for the 8 Mile Club in his past, over 130, I believe. So you're in the company of legends. All right, as you remember, you might have heard me say earlier, your marker boys are the 400, 800 and 1200 meter mark. You can see them on the course. You're heading for those white tents on the other side. When you get there, you'll get a medal, and you will also get your sponsor's product. You'll also have a photograph taken. Jetline Action Photographs are taking photos, and they'll be on their website in the week. You can go choose your web picture for posterity. 30 seconds. Everybody ready? Jeez. Morning, everybody. Is everybody ready? Yay! Even the crowd's quiet. Come on, crowd. I need some noise here.
Come on, crowd. I need...
Oh, that's better. They're doing it and you're not. Right, Brad will sound his horn. There you go.
Going.
Ah, shit. All right, let's bring through the yellow caps, everybody. Yellow caps, please. Yeah. All right, good luck, swimmers. Enjoy yourselves. Have a nice swim. Right, come yellows, let's get a shift on without running. Don't rush, we've got all day. No, we haven't. It's a little bit squishy at the start, so just be careful that you don't fall over. Please line up in line with the start banner. Bradley will set you off by the sound of his horn. I have a frog with me. Froggy. Froggy. Everybody wave at Froggy.
Standing by in
Froggy.
the studio to talk to one more of our important guests during the 50th edition of the aQuelle Midmar Mile. Here's Matapelo Pale one more time.
Thank you so much, Arnold. It is great to be on this side of the dam. I must say it is more vibey and it is more chilled as well. Joining me on the cool seat is John McKay, who is the group company secretary for Super Group, one of our sponsors. John, welcome to the cool seat. It is great to have you here.
Morning, Tabs, and thanks very much for having me.
Tell me, Super Group, you are one of the sponsors of this prestigious event. How did you guys get involved?
It goes back, it's probably over 10 years now that we've been involved. And more recently, we provide the service to take the swimmers to the start. As you can see, there's a lot of people here, and there's a hell of a congestion, and everyone trying to get across in their cars. We provide the buses through one of our businesses that takes everybody to the start so they can leave their cars here at the finish, and then they can swim across in their cars, and everything is here waiting for them.
That is such an essential service that you guys are providing. Make sure that everybody gets to and fro in style. Talk to me, you also took part in the family event number 2 that was swum earlier. How was that for you?
Yeah, and it was great, thank you. And very nice. We actually had quite a big family event from my in-laws. My father-in-law is the oldest swimmer, I believe, who swam today, Di, 86 years old. I swam with my daughter, Kirsty. This is our 9th swim, and there was a whole bunch of us. So, yeah, it was a fantastic morning, so thanks.
Okay. 50 years of aQuelle Midmar Mile. What message do you have for Wayne and the team?
Yeah, Wayne and the team, well done and congratulations on a 50th year event. I think it's certainly an iconic endurance event in South Africa, one that Supergroup and Luxliner we're certainly proud to be associated with. And I think 50 years of an endurance event like this that attracts people from all over the country, international guests. And it certainly is fantastic when you look and see that we're back to around about the 17,000 swimmers, I believe, which is getting back to the pre-COVID levels. So well done to Wayne and your team in putting together such an iconic event.
Thank you so much, Mr. John McKay, who is the Supergroup Company Secretary. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Taps. Thanks for having us.
Running, please. All right, let's hear some noise from this crew. Yeah, that's better. Right. Hands up if you've done one Midmar Mile. Hands up if you've done none. This is your first one. You guys are legends because you're making history for yourselves today on the 50th. And as I said earlier, we want to see you back in 50 years' time. You got 30 seconds to head to the start to the other side. And you got an hour to get there. Frankie says, have fun. Listen for Brad's horn. And away you go. Have a good swim. See you on the other side. Hello, Chris. Didn't recognize you with your cap on.
So, folks, without further ado, let's immediately cross over to Wayne Ridden on Tracker 1.
Well, Brian, very interesting race over here. You got the familiar figure of Ashley Hogg out in front, our visitor from UK. He's done a lot of events here. He's challenged Chad Hope in the past when Chad was winning those 7 titles. He's swimming comfortably as well, so he's looking in pretty good shape. You've got Ashley Twitchell now about 10 meters behind him, sort of in a league of her own here as well. And the funniest thing, I love telling the people that the type of stroke rate that Ashley always uses, where she swims every 4th stroke, even when she's racing 10 kilometers at international level. So, you know, when you start saying to people, you know, do you need to breathe every stroke? And she is more comfortable when she breathes every 4th stroke. So really nice to see her having a slightly faster swim here than the last swim. And our first company, guys, seems to be Matthew Meyer. So Matthew Meyer has a bit of a history at the Midmar Mile. I think, looking at his email address, he's got PwC there, so I'm assuming that he's with the team PricewaterhouseCoopers. So behind him is Bailey Haresine, so he's also our visitor with Ashley Hogg from the UK. So there's our 4 in a line coming through the 800-meter mark at the moment. So going back to Matthew Meyer, when he was a little 13-year-old, Rake Neertling pitched up here to swim the 31 to 40 category. And he put pressure on Rake and said, I'm going to beat you next year. And Matthew came up and actually won the Midmar Mile, and I think it was around about the 2016 mark or so when he actually was selected in those days for the 1500 meter freestyle at the Olympic Games in Rio. And then he retired, I think, at about 18 years old, and obviously has concentrated on his academics and got working. So nice to see him here, if that is him. We're battling to see the arm number, but we're looking like if he's swimming up with these guys, there's certainly somebody with the credentials like him. Behind there is a long gap, okay, two guys we can't quite identify, and then a big gap. So not too many in this group of orange caps here, but they're going to be well spread out when they come onto the slipway. So we're going to actually make our way to the slipway and wait for them. But Ashley Hogg swimming away now, but very comfortable, very flat conditions. I don't think we could have asked for water conditions, okay, anything like this. It's absolutely amazing, even with the odd boat going around. There's a couple of swells around here, so they've got lovely conditions. Let's just hope and pray that we have this type of condition tomorrow. If it is, it'll be one of the most amazing things to happen with maybe some really fast times, possibly some records even with the group of swimmers that we have here. So over to you. We'll see you on the slipway shortly.
Well, thanks a lot there to Wayne Ridden. And as you heard, he has absolutely all the information on his fingertips. Great to hear. I actually was on duty at that event with young Meyer, and I remember the tussle between him and Rake Neertling, and it developed into this huge subject to talk about.
It is amazing how that goes, and that's just sport for you, isn't it? Because that's just precisely these things happen and how legends are made and born. Ashley Hogg, by the way, the man who is setting the pace up there in the top 5, finished second here in 2018, and he has a very rich history here. How good to see that and to hear that that is the case. I think that dates back to 2001 odd, when Rake Neertling won in 19 minutes and 27 seconds. And Neertling, of course, is a legend in his own right in the sport of swimming. The year before, just for interest sake, was when Terence Parkin won here in 1846. And, of course, we've seen Terence over the years. This year, completing his 30th aQuelle Midmar Mile.
30 takes some doing. What a wonderful lad he is. Lovely to work with. Very, very pleasant temperament. A really good guy, and he does well, backed by a lovely family, and of course he's got a very strong following.
He does indeed, and if you consider the handicap that he has overcome, but I think on the other side of the coin, he is such an inspiration to so many people. And so many of us have learned so much about the world of the deaf, so it's been an absolute pleasure working with him along the way.
So we have a lady that's standing here with Glodina on her shirt, which obviously means that she must be the chosen one. Have you seen those towels?
Those towels are absolutely gorgeous. In the end. So you can win a Glodina hamper valued at 1,000 Rand. All you have to do is take a selfie at the Glodina banner, post your picture on Glodina's Facebook or Instagram page. That's at Facebook.com, Glodina BI Black Label, I beg your pardon, Glodina Black Label or Glodina Black Label on Instagram, and make sure to add hashtag aQuelle Midmar Mile. It's the most likes win in the end. Let's go back to Matapelo, and she is with Mr. Sam Ramsamy from the Olympic Committee.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I am so honored to be sitting across Dr. Sam Ramsamy, who is the first Vice President of World Aquatics. He's also an honorary president for SASCOG, and he is the current president of Kana. Dr. Ramsamy, you wear so many hats. How do you do this?
Well, it's all involved with swimming in one form or the other. I was a swimmer early on. I started swimming when I was very, very young. And it's wonderful to see what's happening here with young boys and girls who were my age when I was 8, 9 years old competing here. And that's very, very impressive.
With the 50th edition of Midmar Mile taking place today, you have just now remembered the days when you were competing. How was that very first swim for you?
Yeah, the first swim I took in Durban Bay. Black people didn't have swimming pools in South Africa then, especially not in Durban.
and we had to learn our swimming in the Durban Bay. And we, of course, competition was there of a different type. And I remember during my early days as a surf lifeguard, we used to swim up to the shark nets. And of course, you know, when we got to the shark nets, and I think we broke all records on our way back. But that was the type of experience we all had, and I am hoping some of the younger boys and girls today will undergo the same type of experience.
Speaking about that, water safety must be quite important for you. Can we talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, we are deeply involved in water safety. World Aquatics has a program called Swim for All, Swim for Life. And what we're seeing here today is part of that program. And I'm going to talk to Wayne, the organizer of this wonderful event, to see how we can incorporate everything together to get all people from Africa. This is what we are doing at the moment. We are having learn to swim campaigns in dams. We are having dams in parts of Uganda, parts of Kenya. We are having shallow water swimming in the bays in Ethiopia and other parts of East Africa, and especially in parts like in Djibouti, where there is hardly anyone who wants to swim is able to do it simply because there are no facilities there. So we are bringing everybody together, and we have a program which is supported by World Aquatics, and we got two sponsors. It's not fair to name them because this is an event.
Wow, that is wonderful work that you're doing. You talk about World Aquatics. For those who don't know World Aquatics, can you explain to us what that is?
Yeah, we changed the name FINA because FINA was large, is some connotation is with swimming. But of course, FINA, as we know it, is involved in diving. It's involved in open water swimming to a large extent, as we see today. It's involved in aquatic events like artistic swimming. So what we thought, it is not to use the word swimming all the time, so we changed it to aquatics. And in November this year, we had the General Assembly in Melbourne in Australia, and we've agreed that FINA now called World Aquatics.
That is wonderful, inclusive of all the aquatic disciplines that fell under what previously was FINA. That is so considerate of everybody. Dr. Ramsamy, what message do you have for Wayne and his team now that they're celebrating 50 years?
Well, Wayne is doing a very impressive job, and of course, all his colleagues are taking part with him. And thank you, colleagues. I know, of course, Wayne is your leader, Wayne is your captain, and all of you are with him. And Wayne, what we are going to do, we are going to try and project this image all over Africa. For instance, we got a similar type of a project in Djibouti, and we will try and bring those swimmers from Djibouti next year to our event. In fact, we had an event 2 weeks ago in Nelspruit, in Bombela, where we had African swimmers from 23 countries. So maybe next year we can bring all the swimmers to this particular event. And I'm going to discuss this again, not only with Wayne, but also with Alan Fritz, the president of Swimming South Africa, how we can coordinate all this. And this is an event which I believe will inspire very many parts of Africa to do a similar type of an event.
That is fitting properly with Midmar Mile because this is one event that is inclusive of everybody, all ages and of all differently abled persons. Thank you so much, Dr. Ramsamy, for your time.
Thank you.
That's it from this to you.
Swimming action, and at this stage, swimming time just over 20 minutes. Most of the leading swimmers up front there have less than 400 meters to go now. In fact, the leading swimmers about 250 meters at this stage and a long way up ahead. I'd like to hear from Wayne Ridden again if we possibly can. He won't have too long to go. They're actually already ready to talk to us from the slipway. So we'll hear from Wayne in a second or two. But this looks to me like it may be the fastest time of the day so far. Let's hear what Frank Knowles has to say on the slipway there. Frank, good morning again.
Thanks, Oni. Right, you can see the leading swimmer. He's got a nice big 40-meter gap over there between him and second place. 21:04 on the timer at the moment. So we should be welcoming him on the slipway. You're watching the company relay. And should be a nice, decent time by the looks of things. Wayne has just joined me as well. And he'll be running through it. But the last he gave us info out there was Matthew Mayer was out there in the front with PwC on his shoulders. So let's see if things have changed. Wayne?
All right, so this is Ashley Hogg coming up onto the slipway now. So Ashley, we'll catch up with you, so don't go too far. All right, Ashley Hogg done a few mile swims here and all the way from the UK, and they decided to come out here. So Ashley, a long time since you've been back here. You know, with COVID in between your last trip and everything like that, swimming out front, you must have enjoyed that one.
Yeah, it was really good to just experience the course again. It's a dam, it's not much has changed, but it's good to be back.
And in between the last visit here and now, you know, what have you really been doing?
I had a little bit of time out during COVID, had a bit of a rethink, but I couldn't stay away from the sport because I really love it, and this is my first big competition back, and it's just one that's meant a lot to me through the years, so yeah, just really glad I chose here. And
well, we're glad that you came back to join us with the 50th anniversary, you and Bailey over here, so well done, Bailey. So nice to have you guys back here to be with us, because you're very much part of the history of the event already, so we wish you all the best for tomorrow's racing. You know, new system there where you're going to dive off a platform, eh? So it's slightly different, yeah, a little less chaos, okay, unless they catch you from behind, okay? So, but thanks very much, guys, okay? Enjoy the rest of the morning here. So well done to Bailey and to Ashley Hogg.
And Wayne was right over there. Matthew Mayer coming through in 22 minutes on the dot. We've got Bailey Hessing coming through as well, 22:30. Matt Pelser coming through 22:40. And Tane Joe van Achenberg coming through in 23:07.
Right, to catch up with Matthew Mayer there, I know we managed to see those out there. Matthew, your last time you raced here, what year was that?
It was 2017. It's been 6 years now.
Right, 2017, you went to Olympic Games in 2016, 1,500 meter guy, and then suddenly Matthew said, no, I've got a better life to go and lead. What have you been doing?
Oh, I've been studying for the past 4 years, finishing my articles now at PwC. So next year I qualify as a chartered accountant, which has been a dream for about as long as going to the Olympics has been a dream. So, yeah, it's been an epic thing. I'm actually here with PwC today. That's my teammate coming out the water there. That's Richard Young, team of 3. We managed to hustle in the beginning here. We actually got white caps in the beginning, but Sherilyn at the start managed to make a plan for us, so couldn't be more grateful.
Right, so you think you guys may have won, so you're back on the podium?
I'm hoping so. And if we don't, you may rig it a bit, you know? Give it to PwC.
Well, one day when you turn around and you set a rate net and I'm coming back to beat you.
Yeah, that was the start of it all, wasn't it? I mean, going to the Olympics is awesome, but this event will always have a special place in my heart. So I'm glad to be back after 6 years and hopefully many more after this. It's fantastic to be around, so thank you very much.
Well, you're with PricewaterhouseCoopers. If you stay with those guys, you could be all over the world. Come back in and join us here and make sure that PricewaterhouseCoopers become a major team in this. You know, we've had lots of teams that have won for many, many years. And if we've got a swimmer like you, we hope you definitely come back every year.
No, thank you very much. It's a fantastic company. They've been good to me, so I'm glad I could come out here today and represent them.
Well done. Give Matthew Mayer a big round of applause. At 18 years old, I think he went to Olympic Games in 2016, and then he chose a better life to go on to, but he's still in the water coming back to Midmar Mile. Well done, Matthew.
And from one Matthew to another, Matthew Young finishing off there in 25-25, Marcus Boyson, and it looks like Luan de Wit's coming through 25-52 there for Luan.
So more of the swimmers coming through here in the company relay and the company event itself, event number 3, the 50th edition of the aQuelle Midmar Mile. Christian Estreisen wat nou net klaar gemaak het, André van Niekerk, Keiten van Staden, just ahead of Luan, as you heard there from Frank, young Luan, just 14 years old. Wonder which company employs him, doesn't matter. Today is one of those days. Marcus Snell and Victoria Griffiths. Well done, Victoria, finishing in 27 minutes and 28 seconds. Zak Smith has just hit the finish line in 24 minutes and 6 seconds. And then Arjun Ramkaran, who's just a very tender 15 years old, 28 minutes and 6 seconds. Well done, Shanae Fasheer. Ook nou net oor die lyn. And Danai Rampini. Well done. That is a good finish there too. And a time of 28 minutes and 14 seconds.
All right, now I'm joined by the 15-year-old young man who just crossed the finish line. Can you please tell us how your race was for you?
Very challenging at the beginning, but I pushed through. Yeah.
And how was the water?
Perfect. And the conditions are perfect.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Calvin Pike is our next finisher, 34 years old in 29 minutes and 30 seconds exactly. Then Desian Humphreys and Tierra Salgado, 13 years old, just breaking a half an hour. Well done, that's a fine swim, Tierra. Zander Varika is just 16 years old and he's just finished his race in 29 minutes and 54 seconds. And then our first swimmer over the half-hour mark, Eben Bond, Mark Dingle and Christine Steenekamp. Wel gedaan, Christine, 30 minute en 8 secondes. Dylan Bradshaw, Laura Anderson and Mark Dingle. Our next finishers there. Laura stopping the clock on 30 minutes and 45 seconds. Congratulations, Laura. Then Nolan Osmond and Janine Stein. Janine, 52 years old. What a finish that is, Janine. And good sewing too by Chris Thorpe and Ella Bradshaw. Ella is just 14 years old. Well done.
All right, I wonder if we can get an announcement out there. All right, if I can try and have the following swimmers to come and see me quickly, please.
You can just stand there.
And Taylor Kassabaum, can you come and see me as quickly as you can, please?
Go for it.
I'm just going to grab this
Willie
gentleman over
Kluter,
here.
Andrew Matthews, congratulations and well done, just coming across the line.
Just tell us how the race was for you.
It was awesome. The water's nice and flat. It's a beautiful day because it's cloudy, so there's no wind. It was great. And thank you for all the organizers. This was my 25th.
Are we seeing you again next year?
Absolutely, every single year.
Awesome.
Andrew Donnelly, Manus van Vieren and Rupert Hendricks, as well as Stacey Lee Bouillon. Congratulations and well done. You've just finished your swim in the third event of the 50th anniversary of the aQuelle Midmar Mile. Good stuff. Simone Scholes and David Tron. David going 32 minutes and 39 seconds, followed closely by Rebecca Schroeder, Frans Kuyvenhoven, Werner Bauer and Anton Reinecke.
I'm going to chat a little bit to Rebecca. Rebecca, you came out dashing there. You don't look tired at all. How was that race for you?
Yo, so tiring. I'm not fit at all. I'm so tired.
How many midmars have you done so far?
Only 2.
Are we seeing you again next year?
Yes, definitely.
All right. All the best for next year then, Rebecca. Thank you so much. Alrighty then, let's grab this young girl over here. Oh my God, you are panting. How was the race for you?
It was long.
Was it long?
Sorry?
Was it very long? Was it Aria?
Sorrente.
Are you coming back again next year for another Midmar Mile?
Definitely. It was lots of fun.
Okay, I'm glad that you had fun. All the best for next year. And a dash race to the finish. I like the ribbons. I like the ribbons. Let me just buy that gentleman. I want to speak to you. You are left behind. Those gentlemen are busy dashing, racing to the finish. How was that race for you?
It was very tough, but it was not.
How many midmars have you done so far?
3, 4.
Are we seeing you again next year for the 5th one?
No, sorry. Maybe. Maybe.
Oh, come on, come on. Let's do it.
I'll do it. Okay.
Hello, sir. I see you checking your time. Are you happy with the time that?
Decent. Fixed up.
Tell us about the water. How was it today?
Yeah, it's pretty good. So yeah, it's a bit cooler, but the caps keep us warm.
Awesome.
Do you want a water? There's an unopened one there. Sure. Okay. So we're looking for the following members of the team Minions: Clayton Kasabam, Taylor Kasabam, Madison Elliott, and Taylor Dowie. That's Clayton and Taylor Kasabam, Madison Elliott, and Taylor Dowie. If you could go to the info and check-in tent at the top of the slipway on the left-hand side as you come out of the water. That's Clayton, Taylor, Madison, and Taylor. If you could chat there very briefly to race organizer Wayne Ridden, it would be appreciated. Thank you.
And I've got a team that is looking very happy here. Tell me, how was this experience for you?
It was good, thank you.
Yes, so it was our first time, so taking 50 years to get here. But anyway, we made it eventually, so cool.
Does this mean we're going to be seeing more of you now that you have experienced the first bite?
I don't know. We'll see.
And for you?
It was good, yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Young lady, let me speak to you. Hello, what is your name and how old are you?
I'm Manay and I'm 12 years old.
And was this your first Midmar?
No, my second.
And are we going to be seeing more of you?
Yes.
You know, Midmar Mile turns 50. Does it mean that you're going to swim for 50 more Midmars?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Maybe. I like that spirit. And let me speak to you, sir. How are you? Tell us your name and which team you're swimming for.
I'm Eben Vandra. I'm swimming for Office today.
Oh, Afis, all the way from Pretoria?
Yes.
Afis team, how many in total are you guys swimming?
Let me think. We're about 25 to 30 in between there.
Awesome. And how was this race for you?
Oh no, it was fun. It's my second time swimming today. And in all honesty, better than the first.
It gets better every time.
Yeah. And funner.
Thank you. Hello, ma'am. How are you?
Fine, and you?
How was this race? Please tell us.
Sorry, how was the race? Okay. No, it wasn't too bad. But it's my 33rd.
Oh, wow. Does it get better every time or a little bit harder?
Sorry?
Does it get better every time or a little?
Old and slower.
Ladies, I see you checking your time. Are you happy with the time that you swam today?
Yes, very well. We're a team, so we just tried to stick together.
And your team name?
It's Rattle.
Are you happy with your time? Tell us about the conditions.
It was a nice one.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. I just had to talk to you. You look like walking out of a swimsuit shoot.
Yes.
Tell me, how was the water?
It wasn't that bad. I was swimming skew, but it wasn't too bad. It was nice and cold.
Is this your first rodeo?
No, it's my second. Came last year.
This being the 50th edition of Midmar Mile, you know that means that everybody swimming today must swim for the next 50 Midmars.
Really? Yes. Okay, cool.
So we see you again next year?
Yes, definitely.
Hello, sir. You look like your legs can't carry you anymore. Tell us about your race.
That was the first time I turned Midmar. Yo, I'm tired.
But I've got good news for you. This being the 50th edition, it means that everybody swimming today must swim for the next 50 minutes. Are you ready for that challenge?
Yeah, I'll be there when I'm 76 for the 100th one.
Awesome.
Well, I'm absolutely honored to have here with me in the studio the Flag Officer Fleet of the South African Navy, Admiral Musa Nkumande. Admiral, welcome to the 50th Midmar Mile. What is the involvement of the South African Navy in this great event?
Good morning. Thanks for having us here. The South African Navy is proud to be a partner and a supporting role with this world event, the Midmar Mile swimming competition. We provide support in the form of bringing in divers in the event for safety. We also bring in our harbor patrol boats, which is also for the same reason, which is safety. Yes.
Admiral, it must be heartwarming for you to see your members. It's the People's Navy. And it must just be heartwarming to see so many of your members, the people that you are in command of, that are actually swimming, from your divers to various members that are on ships, people that are on shore, and they all take part and they represent the South African Navy, and they do so well. If one thinks of the patron, where we've got Admiral Francois du Toit, who is so well known around the world.
Yes, indeed, it is a great feeling, and it is good to be involved with this race. As you correctly said, the South African Navy is the People's Navy. So the people here representing the Navy and the broader South African National Defence Force doing exactly that, support to the people of South Africa. Admiral Francois du Toit is a patron for swimming in the entire Defence Force, and I also happen to be a patron for swimming in the South African Navy. So it is indeed a good gesture for you to work with us in this event.
Well, I must say that we are pretty pleased to have the Navy on board. And talking about on board, the last time I saw you, I was actually on your ship. You were the captain of the SAS Izindwana, and we spent a week on your ship, which was incredible. You, of course, have moved on, and you are now an admiral, and you're the Flag Officer Fleet. And I might add, for those that don't know what the Flag Officer Fleet is, you are in command of the entire ships of the Navy.
That is correct, yeah, thank you very much. Yes, I was the captain, the officer commanding of SAS Izindwana. I commanded that vessel from 2011 till 2016. Then I moved on. Now, as you correctly indicated, I am now Flag Officer Fleet, the fleet commander. I'm in charge of all seagoing vessels of the Navy and shore units.
Now, of course, what I can share with everybody is that you actually have brand new ships. You've got 3 new submarines, 4 new frigates. You have the new inshore patrol, which I think they're still busy building the second one, and it will be coming online. And we've got the brand new here. So I think to be FOF now must be absolutely a pleasure.
Yes, these are very interesting and exciting times, yes. In addition to the 3 submarines and the 4 frigates, we've got new vessels now, the multi-mission inshore patrol vessels. The first one, SAS King Sekhukhune the First, has already been delivered in the Navy. It's in commission as we speak. They are busy conducting what we refer to as operational test and evaluations. The second one has been launched. It will be delivered in the Navy in the month of June this year. It will be commissioned at our naval base in Durban. And then the third one, SS, which will be called SS Adam Kok, is still in construction. It will be delivered in the Navy in the following year. Very exciting times.
Gosh, that
indeed.
is exciting times. Well, Admiral, talking about exciting times, I know you are busy. You've got the Russians exercises, so I'm not going to keep you up much longer, but I want to thank you. Thank you for what you are doing for the people of South Africa. Thank you for being the FOF for the People's Navy, and thank you for supporting and keeping the support of this great event.
Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, we are very busy. I would like to also add that we've got Armed Forces Day celebrations in Richards Bay. People from KZN are more than welcome to witness that event. Thank you very much.
Well, there you are, having the opportunity to speak to the flag officer of the fleet of the South African Navy, and that is Admiral Muso Nkomande. Take care, Admiral. All the best.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Navy here with us, always part of this prestigious event, the aQuelle Midmar Mile. This being the 50th edition, quite special, and I think that everybody who's taking part is writing their name in the history books. Okay. Gentlemen, how are you? Tell me how that race was.
It was good. I was tired, but now I'm good.
Awesome. How? Ma'am, how? Tired. How was that race for you?
Really good.
Was this your first Midmar?
Yes.
And I've got good news for you. Seeing that this is the 50th edition, everybody taking part today must take part in the next 50 Midmars. Are you up for that challenge?
Up for it.
We'll see you next year. Oh, this is a great team here. Come, let us get to you. How old are you?
10.
And how was that swim?
Hard.
Are you coming back again next year?
Yeah.
Awesome. I love that spirit. 10 years old and taking part in the Midmar and definitely coming back again next year. I think that this is inspiration if you're looking for. Hello, ma'am, in the beautiful pink. How are you?
Fine, and you?
I'm good, thanks. Did you just come from the halfway mark, or did you start from the beginning?
From the beginning.
You don't look tired at all. I am. How was that race? Did you enjoy it?
Thank you.
That's beautiful.
Is this your first Midmar?
That's my 10th.
You're 10. What keeps you coming back?
The height.
You know that being the 50th Midmar, you have to swim the next 50.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Oh, yes, you are in good spirits, sir. Are you happy with your time?
Delighted. Very good conditions today.
Yes.
Good day.
How many Midmars have you done so far?
About 78.
Well, I'm glad you've done 78 because you have to do 50 more Midmars.
For sure. For sure. Yeah, you take that guy there. Andre, come here.
Andre, come join us. Come join us, Andre. We are loving this.
Navy diving school in the early 1990s. And those of you who know about Oceanus, the biggest South African helicopter, and the diving team, which was led by Andre Gelnaes, Honoris Crooks. Big ticket. It's wonderful to be here. Andre, you need to speak to this guy.
Andre, such wonderful accolades. Please tell us, why do you do the Midmar Mile?
Well, it's all his fault, actually. But I think it's one should always test yourself, and also what the whole event stands for, the charity, etc. I think it's such a magic event, and deserve all the support that it gets. So I hope you see more people here next year.
Are we seeing you again? Yeah.
Absolutely.
And all the previous OCs of diving school. Andre, the challenges there on all of them. Get them here. Get them into the water.
So, more of our finishers. Chris Murray, Alves, Garabo Notwana, Willem Kotze, Marianne Borman, Ricky Thomas, and Savannah Malan just finishing there too. Christine Bardnost, Christine clocking 39 minutes and 54 seconds. Rina Maria and Finlayson Rantoul, Megan Campbell and Ren Nodia, congratulations to each and every one of you. Swimming time has now moved up to just about 43 minutes. Debbie O'Connor, Renee Clifford, Alex van Heerden, as well as Annika van Rooyen and Zia Hay. Greg Ripley Evans, Greg finishing at a time of 40 minutes and 43 seconds, and Zahid Driman. And congratulations to Lee Bell and Etienne de Villiers. Goed geswem, julle wel gedaan.
Right swimmers.
Kirsten Buchanan, Marvin Bosman, Ivan Lawrence, then Shauna Nash, Ijam Mandra Salwa, Ben Hussein, and Mark de Almeida. Mark stopping the clock on 47 minutes and 37 seconds. That's good swimming, Mark, and welcome back to the finish. Enjoy that aQuelle Viv. You certainly enjoy it. Talking about
too many in this group of orange caps here, but they're going to be well spread out when they come onto the slipway. I don't think we could have asked for water conditions, okay, anything like this. It's absolutely amazing, even with the odd boat going around. There's a couple of swells around here, so they've got lovely conditions.
At this stage, the leading swimmers up front there have less than 400 meters to go now.
You see the leading swimmer has got a nice big 30-40 meter gap over there between him and second place. 21:04 on the timer at the moment. So we should be welcoming on the slipway. You're watching the company relay, and should be a nice, decent time by the looks of things.
All right, so this is Ashley Hogg coming up onto the slipway now. So Ashley, we'll catch up with you, so don't go too far.
Yeah, it was really good to just experience the course again. It's a damn, it's not much.
We've got Bailey Hessing coming through as well, 22:30. Matt Pelser coming through, 22:40. And Tane Joe van Achenberg coming through in 23:07.
Been an epic thing. I'm actually here with PwC today. That's my teammate coming out the water there. That's Richard Young, team of three. We managed to hustle in the beginning here.
And from one Matthew to another, Matthew Young finishing off there, 25:25. Marcus Boyson and it looks like Luan de Wits coming through, 25:52 there.
Beautiful recap there of the race. Thank you so much. And joining me on the cool seat is Andrew Golden. If that surname sounds familiar, that's because he is the CEO of the Pam Golding Properties. Welcome to the cool seat.
Thank you very much. Lovely to be here.
Now, please tell us about Pam Golding's involvement with the aQuelle Midmar Mile. I believe this is your first year?
Yes, this is the first year that we've been involved, and it's part of our intention to unearth remarkable people in the country. And so Mike Arbuthnot, who swam his 48th one this year, is somebody that we've done.
Yes.
It's a special one.
Speaking of Mike Arbuthnot, I mean, the Midmar Mile has become synonymous with his name, being one of the three founders of this incredible race. Was he the inspiration behind your taking part for time in the race?
Yeah, so we've been on the search and continue to do so for looking for remarkable initiatives, remarkable people in the country. And from a Maritzburg perspective, we've been engaging with him and using him. And so it was natural that given the 50th running of the Midmar that we participate as well.
And your team was part of the company race.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah,
How many were you?
So we were 5 in the team, and it was lovely to be part of the.
Everybody on the slipway that being part of the 50th and swimming the event means that you have to come back and swim the next 50.
Yeah.
Are you up for that challenge?
Yeah, very much so. I've been wanting to swim the Midmar for many years, and so delighted to be able to do it this year. Thanks very much.
Right. I'm not sure they got us.
Medal and then aQuelle.
Yeah, we come. You're still alive, my brother, man. Yeah, we go.
As well as Jonathan Rangers and Daniel Kazir. Josh Osman, who's just 19 years old, stopping the clock in 57 minutes and 7 seconds. Well done, only one maiden. Claudia Mendoza, Claudia, clocking 51 minutes and Stefan Ricard. Makes open on 2 minutes up to the quarters. Reach the good winner, well done, and congratulations, welcome home. The serum finishes in 51 minutes and 47 seconds. And Becky Kutsia, Jax Coleman, and Bianca Kutsia, who's just 15 years old. Alex Whitler, and Riley Janssen from Rexford, Samantha Manu Becker, as well as Angus Lofter. You got to the finish line, and your time just over 52 minutes. You are a champion.
Titan van Staden.
As well as Blake Mulder and James Muir. Luke Bucker, Michelle Governor finishing now in 53 minutes and 58 seconds. Well done, Michelle, that's a wonderful swim. And then Dustin Pinar, who is just 13 years old, goes 6 seconds
over the 16-minute mark. Good stuff, young man.
Claire Matushi, Mohammed Ali, Candice Herter, Brian Harvey. Finishing in 51 minutes and 37 seconds. That's a great swim, Brian. And just in front of them, it was Dustin Pinard, as well as Claire Matushi, which we mentioned to you just now. Blake Nolter, we also gave a quick nod to. Blake stopping in 50 minutes and 49 seconds. Remember, we'll do our prize giving for day one's activities just a little later. Pamela Rustov, and then Emma Stockel, Lynn Marie Wilson, and Kristen Stein. Philippa Brown, at the age of 42, she clocked 8. And then Gary Tromp, who's 65 years old this year. Gary finishing in 58 minutes and 18 seconds. That's a great swim, Gary. Good stuff, and well done. Shailene Shum and Johan Pretorius, Mark Wilson, John Nodia, our next finishers. Christopher Bourne, the Bourne Canadian. 5 minutes. Here's the man who's on the throne, Jason King. He's just finished his Brenda Welk and Kim van Melzen. Good. Kim, very glad you were able to join us for the 50th birthday of the aQuelle Midmar Mile. Glad you were here. Iggy Norette Janse van Rensburg, Mark Hubbard and Jonathan van der Merwe. That's no van joke. 59 minutes and 44 seconds. That's well done. John, hope you enjoyed the swim. Johan Pieterse, net voor hulle, 62 minute. Then Christel Venter, who stops the clock on. So if you haven't as of yet picked up the commemorative 50th edition aQuelle towel, you'll be sorry. Go into the Midmar Mall where all the food is and all the other things, including Oscar Chalupsky's book. You can pick that up too if you need some more inspiration. And you can win a Glodina hamper. All you have to do is take a selfie at the Glodina banner, post your pic on Glodina's Facebook or Instagram page. That'll be on Glodina Black Label for Facebook as well as Instagram. Again, Glodina Black Label. And then make sure to add hashtag aQuelle Midmar Mile. The most likes on the post will win a Glodina hamper to the value of 1,000 Rand. Graham Moulton, Chris Bester, Kirsty Wren and Finn Wren finishing together. I take it that that's mom and son. Bradley Coxborough, Marcella Leiter and Pieter Venter. Goed gedoen Pieter. Gustav Swanepoel wat nou net klaar maak in 56 minute en 30 secondes. Dis die manier Gustav, hoop dit geniet haar maat. Sien nou dan om jy weer volgende jaar hier te hê, maar intussen geniet daai aQuelle Viv as ook jou wonderlike medalje.
2019 British Open Water Champion is with me, Bailey Haysign. Bailey, this is not your first rodeo. Tell me, what keeps you coming back to Midmar Mile?
Yeah, so this is my 4th time here, first time back after COVID. You know, it's such a beautiful event here, warm weather. We don't get this in the UK. So, yeah, it's just a great atmosphere. We love coming here, and I'm sure it won't be the last time we come here.
I'm sure it helps being organized this event for more than exactly doing so makes everybody feel comfortable.
Exactly, yeah, he's fantastic. What Wayne does every year, unmatched. I'm not sure there's many people in the world who could do that.
Bailey, tell me, are you still swimming competitively?
I am, yes. I am working full-time now. I've finished my university degree, so I'm learning to balance full-time work and swimming. It's a challenge, but we're getting there.
Okay, what exactly did you study, and what are you venturing into career-wise?
So I studied biomedical science, and I did a master's in that at the University of Manchester, and I'm now a scientist at a drug discovery company working on developing new antibiotics.
You are the full package. Hey, handsome, brains, and athletic. Well, I can tell you for sure that is the full package. Thank you so much for joining us and making time to come through to the Midmar Mile every time you get a chance.
Thank you for having us.
Alrighty.
To the slipway, Ignace de Tooy, Regan Sanders, Judah Prince, Wesley Kloppers, Tracy Palmer and Joni Palmer swimming together. That's the Palmers. Well done to you. 64 minutes and 9 seconds. And then just across the line right now, Christian Smith, Renee Greiling, Raymond de Vos en Adrie Grobler. Adrie, klaarmaaktyd van 65 minute en 43 secondes. Mooi so.
There, just donate your book. Well, it's absolutely wonderful to be able to welcome visitors from around the world that are taking part in this, the 50th anniversary of this iconic event, the Midmar Mile, all the way from Sweden. In fact, from the Swedish Navy, I have Lieutenant Colonel Patrick Aronson. He is currently in South Africa as the Defence Attaché for Sweden and currently living in Pretoria. With Patrick, we have his 2 sons. We've got Sune and we've got Arvid, and they have swum with Dad. Well, firstly, welcome to South Africa. Secondly, how did you enjoy your swim here earlier today?
Thank you very much for having us here. It was a fantastic day. The first time for us and the first time here in this area. And the swim was in the beginning a little bit, surprisingly, but after a while it went good.
Did you guys do a lot of practice before you took to the water?
Not really. We just came here and hoped for the best.
Not really? You just
know, we got the genes, so I think we were quite easily for us.
Oh, there you are, very optimistic. So, if we look at swimming in Sweden, I mean, it's pretty cold there. You obviously don't have these kind of temperatures.
No, but we swim indoor, and we have also outdoor pools. And in the summertime, in July, August, we also have some competitions like this as well, outdoor.
Open water.
In the Baltic Sea and in the lakes as well.
Wow. So that takes some doing because it's cold.
Yeah, exactly. But in July, August, it's fine.
The atmosphere of this event, how have you been enjoying it?
Very much opening, welcoming, and a happy event. So we were very surprised, and we're still very happy to be here.
And do you find that South Africans welcome tourists, welcome foreigners that are working in our country?
Pretty much so. We've been not doing so much touristing lately, but we have been safaris, and we've been down here, and I've been in Cape Town and everywhere. I'm very welcome, I think.
Now, as the attaché, you obviously are working then very closely with our military, in particular our Navy.
In particular, your Air Force, actually.
Air Force, sorry, you're an Air Force officer.
No, I'm a naval.
You're a Navy officer working with our Air Force.
But I'm in joint. I'm a defense attaché, so I'm responsible for all the services.
Well, of course, we all know that our Gripen fighter, for which we are very proud, built in Linköping in Sweden.
And I heard that you've been
there to part of the team to accept the first Gripen that came to South Africa. I was there to cover the event. So, young man, you have enjoyed the swim?
Yeah, it was tough, but it was fun as well.
Did you three finish together?
No, I came last.
You came last, but you got the medal.
Yeah, I made it.
Have it. A family from Sweden, currently in South Africa, attached to the Swedish embassy, and wonderful to speak to this family about swimming the 50th Midmar. Got it, all right. You've got the number.
Catching up with our legend of the surf, Oscar Chalupsky himself. Oscar, good to have you with Midmar, and of course you're here for a reason. You are signing your book.
Yeah, I'm signing my book and hoping to help people with cancer, like I've got the same cancer. And it's funny that I came to this race, I think 1974, 75, when there were 150 people. And now it's a magnificent event, and I think this is the most important thing for people to do, is actually get out there and participate. Don't have to win, just to participate is going to make you much more healthier.
Well, coming from you, when you say you don't have to win, that sounds a bit rich, because I know, I'm pretty sure when you took part in your first surf ski that you wanted to win.
No, in my life, winning and cancer, and the only way to cancer is to raise money, to put in. It's a good cause. That's why it's like a life lesson. The people having hard.
Of yours, you actually chemo and things.
Fasting helps me a lot, and throughout my journey, which has been 3 years now, I haven't had one bit of side effects. Yes, I might be a little bit weak and things like that. I've had a bit of skin cancer, which made me not allowed to train, but otherwise everything has been positive. But I think it's a very important to have a very positive state of mind. That's something.
And talking about your family is very big for you. Your brother, he's up here with you?
Yeah, my brother and his daughter Ella, who's 11 is swimming, I think at 12.
Oh, Mark Arbuthnot, yeah.
Arbuthnot, yeah, I knew him from water polo in those days, and he's also swimming, still swimming. And my father at 85 or 86 is still swimming.
Talking about your after the when you decided to take things slightly easier, you went into property. How's that treating you?
Yeah, that property is mainly Herman. I've got a brand in Portugal, Nello Kayaks, and a company in South Africa doing mobile phone called New Mobile. And I do a lot of coaching online, a lot of talking, helping people to get through tough times. And obviously my first book, you know.
I know it might be a little bit late and you don't want to push yourself too hard, but you had a challenge from Sam Ramsamy saying that you promised to take him down the doozy one day.
Yeah, I mean, I think people it's tough. I mean, I took Nasport, Clive Barker, Baby Jake Mtlatla, Peggy Sue Kamalo, Dr. Kamalo, Unati Africa. So I've taken Sibusiso Villani, the first guy who climbed Mount Everest. So I've done all those people. So Sam would be a piece of cake, but he says he's 85. He says he's a bit nervous.
Yeah, you'll struggle on the portages, I'm sure. But Oscar, nice to have you with us. Tell us where about your stand. Where can these people go? And you are signing books, are you?
Yeah, I'm signing books. They sell for 300 Rand, and I sign them with a bookmark behind the Mr. Price Sports chill zone. So if you're looking at the finish from the bank, it's on the right-hand side there. So which is really a good cause. It helps all cancers, and it's for guys less privileged than us.
Oh, that's great, man. Oscar, very nice catching up with you again after all these years, and thanks for joining us.
Only a pleasure, and we'll see you tomorrow or the next day.
I'm sure we will. We'll have another chat tomorrow. Thanks so much.
Right, we are past the 400-meter mark, and obviously we've got a lot of the swimmers that are going to race tomorrow in the two main races here, participating, just getting a bit of a training swim in, warm-up swim, and they're swimming a really great line. It's interesting to see what lines they're going to take before tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow is also the hot spots at the same time. You've got Luca Holzhausen here, you've got Rainer van Villa. Remember, he swam 16 miles in the last 2 days. He's doing his 17th mile here. But one of the interesting things is Sharon van Rooyendaal is swimming with these guys here and doing a bit of butterfly every now and again, and still right on their feet and looking very, very easy. So looking like a real contender tomorrow. She's not the Olympic champion and world champion for nothing. The nice thing is to see a person like Mark Randall, who was our top 1500-meter swimmer for many, many years, and he told me that he actually, in his college days at Alabama, used to race Chad. So that is really that they brought with Mark and Chad in that men's 31 and over race. You've got Henry Lowe swimming really easy. He's going a little bit easier than the others, and doing a couple of wind sprints here every now and again. So that's nice to see. You've got Amika Diaga, Samantha Randall. Nice to see the guys doing a warm-up swim. So these are all of the front group at the moment. Amongst the group that's coming through, you've got Kieran Kohler, who's one of the guys who were in the top 3 in the early days of the competition, with Paul Blackbeard and myself. So he's in this field as well. It's nice to see him here. So Tatum Tarpey and Gina Laurie are in here. So very nice to see the non-company event getting filled up with swimmers that are swimming in the early days of the Midmar Mile. So very, very nice group of talented swimmers that are going to identify that group that have come down from Tux. Very much thank you to Peter Lowe for making sure that this group came here to be a very competitive group this year. So over to you at the slipway.
Well, a big thank you there to Wayne Ridden. And as he was talking there about international visitors, about local visitors, on television a short while ago, we were able to speak to the team from Sweden. They're out from Sweden and really having a good time here, enjoying themselves. And also I had the chat with the flag officer fleet of the South African Navy. And as we all know, in the event. What a beautiful sight, Arnie.
It is the next wave underway from the slipway and the stop 1,600 meters up the road here, the watery road that is. And as Wayne was telling you, he's got a bird's eye view of all of the day, and they are having a little look-see for tomorrow's big one. And just a little tune-up, I'm always amazed that you get these world-class swimmers who the day before would quite comfortably swim 3 of these as a little warm-up. But then again, as I was saying to you earlier, Brian, did a brilliant interview with Paul Blackbeard a while ago, last Thursday night on radio, and he was saying there were some days in his heyday when he swam 20 kilometers a day, day after day after day, 7 days in a week, and he'd call it Hell Week. And that was his week where he knew if he could do that, then he could swim well.
Well, you know what I was amazed at, Arnie? I spoke to one of the young lads from Sweden, and I said to him, have you put a lot of practice in? And he looked at me and he said, no. And I thought, come on, you just climbed in the water and you swam across. But when he was telling me that he was swimming in the Bering Sea, I thought, flip, that's cold.
Yeah.
That's like, so I think if you go and swim there, it gets all the systems sorted out. And you come here and you swim Midmar as a walk in the park.
Well, swimming compared to swimming in the Bering Sea would be like swimming in a shower. It would be comfortable for the man to do. And what is amazing for me is that we have many of those type of swimmers who they pop out of the woodwork and then they swim, and they are very happy to not have to train all that hard. But it is idyllic conditions again today, as we were telling you a little earlier. We do have 1 or 2 of the world's best who are here, including Reino van Willig, our own, who just last month, talk about swimming in the cold. He braved freezing temperatures competing at the Ice Swimming World Championships in Samoa in France. And he said it was below 5 degrees in the water. He said it's definitely made me a tougher swimmer, and it's a mentally tough race, especially when you do 1,000 meters in the ice. After about 500 meters, I couldn't feel anything anymore. So for Reino, tomorrow is going to be like swimming in a bath.
A walk in the park. Francois Dutoy, Admiral, he's been promoted. He was a captain. He's now an Admiral, and he also has been swimming in these incredibly cold conditions. He's the patron for swimming in the South African Defence Force, and the Admiral was telling me that he too is a patron. That's wonderful. When you've got, the high-ranking guys, I call them the 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star.
Yeah.
When you've got those guys on your side, you are made.
And that is part of their job after all. Let's be honest, in the Navy, if swimming is not one of your fortes, you are in a spot of bother, because one day you may need it. So it's a rather important part of your armory, isn't it?
They won't invite you to recruit new sailors.
Very much so.
So if these lads that we're watching now were in the Navy would grab them with loving arms, because they are swimming the most beautiful strokes. I mean, just look at that. It's absolute poetry.
It's indeed, and I love the fact that Wayne on the boat there, he's been involved with so and just at a stroke from a long way away and say, well, that's that swimmer, that's this swimmer, and they do an absolutely incredible job of being able to identify people. So in the end, Wayne is an absolute master. I know he's been involved with swimming since the early 70s, but he's still a master at it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 8, 9 swimmers here in contention in this last race of the day. And we heard that most of our overseas visitors are in this one just to have a little look-see for today, so that they can make sure that they know exactly which line to take. Because, Brian, that's one of the most important things. If you're racing gung-ho here, or should that be chad-ho, then you are absolutely at the mercy of the line you take, and you've got to take a marker on the horizon, a tree, or something that you know is not going to move, and that's what you swim towards.
You know what I'm always fascinated about is how you read the current. Because if you look there now, it's head in the water, but those strokes are clean. They are cutting through that water.
And on top of it all, each one of them have got an outboard at the back. Those feet never stop, and the rhythm is absolutely metronomical. So you've got to, every now and then, you've got to make sure that you go in the right direction, because round about where they are now is where Munro Bay is. That's the deepest part of the Midmar Dam. There you go. There was a very good look, a long, hard look, almost a whole torso out of the water there to have a look at which is the right line to take. And Munro Bay can have these currents because it's so deep, it's almost an undercurrent which pulls swimmers to the right-hand side of the finish as they're swimming towards us on the left-hand side. And it can get, as we saw last year, where things went horribly wrong for the two top women, and they almost got themselves into serious trouble.
So let's have a look and see whether, I know Wayne is out there. Normally they would give us a radio message. We're just going to try our luck. Leon, if you guys are ready, and we are watching the pictures that are coming to us now from the drone. If Wayne does want to do a crossing, just setting the scene, what it's like out there at the moment. Let's cross over. Leon negotiating with the boss. We'll hear shortly. I think they're busy. They're very, very busy. But we'll radio a message through and find out when we can get a live crossing from Tracker 1.
In the meantime, it looks like there are no less than 9 swimmers within striking distance here. Look at that fast and furious action, and this, I think it's going to be able to end up in our first sprint finish of the day. Let's see how this goes, because, oh, there's some, how is this? There's some butterfly stroke happening here right in the middle. Now we go past the 400 to go, boy, or just about, and they are ready for us. Wayne, take it away. What's the latest from there?
Well, obviously they're all just taking it easy. At the moment, Sharon van Rooyendaal is coming at her own same pace that she started, and she's just gone in front. You know, you've got Henry Lowe doing a few fast swims every now and again, and you know, he's sort of coming back at them and all that. So they're just doing a light swim to get ready for tomorrow. It's not a race here today at all. Raina van Willich is just sitting at a comfortable pace along with Stephanie Houtman, and you've got the whole Tix group here just doing a nice little swim, and it's really great to see the man who's now coaching at Tix, Mark Randall, still in with them here, not too far behind, maybe 15 meters or so. So a nice group of kids that are going to come along on the slipway, as well as the 31 and overs. But remembering that Sharon van Rooyendaal, by the way, is 29 years old already, and her experience here probably adds up to quite a few of them that are in the water. So, you know, it's going to be amazing to, you know, let people gain that experience from a person like her from the Netherlands. They're really committed to their swimming. They've always been near the top. Ferry Wertman is one of her training partners from the past, who came out here after he won the Olympics in 2016, and he ended up 4th racing our big group of swimmers that we have here. So the gain that we get is, it's all about South Africa's gain for our open water swimmers by having people like her here, Ashley Twitchell, and just learning from her. So Michelle Weber managed to spend some time training with her up at Pretoria as well, and I hope that she managed to learn as much as she could. So watching this group of talented swimmers here, they are the future of South African swimming. And then Sharon van Rooyendaal goes back into some butterfly strokes and then back into freestyle again, keeping herself nice and loose. So obviously training event here, but as I was saying to the people at the boat here, now swimming stroke to stroke next to each other is Sharon van Rooyendaal, and you've got Henry Lowe, and they're two of the favorites for the main race at the end of tomorrow's proceedings. So it'll be nice to see if they actually come on to the slipway together, 1 and 2 there, and you'll see the possible winners for tomorrow at the same time. So over to you.
Well, thanks a lot, Wayne Ridden. Wayne, who is so knowledgeable, knows absolutely every stroke. Interesting that you were saying earlier about he can look at a person's head, he can look at their hair, at their arm, at their watch, and he'll tell you who it is.
So as you take a look at that group now, which update you again, Sharon van Rooyendaal, Henry Lowe, Van Vlieg, Stephanie Houtman, and their coach from Tux, Mark Randall, just a bit further back. And during last year's World Champs, the Dutch swimmer Van Rooyendaal won gold in the 10-kilometer open event, but she was also victorious in the 2016 Rio Olympics, and then came back in Tokyo where she won the silver in the 10K. And this is a very talented group of people who are taking a very quiet little stroll here, if you like to use that term, on their way now to the finish line. Race time has ticked on to just over 19 minutes right now, and I'm convinced that they will have a fun time. There's Van Rooyendaal right in the middle of your picture. She's the one who does the butterfly every now and then.
arms, if at all. So I told you about Reino van Willig and that experience of his at the Ice Swimming World Championships. Well, van Willig is the man who has placed 5th overall in the 1000 and 6th in the 500 in that very esteemed company, and also the 16-mile charity challenge, which he's taken part in over the last 2 days. So the man has done his fair amount of swimming at the moment.
Just look at how close they are, and I think it must be pretty painful if arms should meet. You know, if you look at the force that's being applied, and I'm watching it how close they are. Now, it might be an illusion from the drone, but to me it looks like it's flippin' close.
They are very close, and in fact I think there's a little bit of drafting that happens in a lot of cases, so that if you're swimming just off someone and you're a half a body length behind, it certainly helps for you to draft, very much the same as what it would happen in cycling. I don't think it's half as pronounced as what it is in cycling. It very much probably mirrors running, where if you're running off someone's shoulder, there's a little advantage, just a little one, in that there's that the person who's in front of you is running into the atmosphere ahead of you.
You know, I can understand in running, I can understand in cycling, you're going in the slip. But over here, you know, to me it looks like you're actually going into dirty water.
Well, it can be as well at the very same time. It depends how close you are, because obviously there is water that is being moved by the person that's in front, and that would then cause an arrow effect. It would be very interesting to hear the science behind that kind of thinking. But I do know that some swimmers like to swim just off someone's hip, and they feel like they're drafting off them. It may not be, but even if it's psychosomatic, if you think it works, it works.
Well, it's working for these swimmers as they are approaching. Let's go over now and join Frank Knowles. Frank, if you are ready, you can tell us what you see. They're very close. Let's go to Frank for the final.
All righty, thanks, Brian. I've just been joined with Wayne. You can see the swimmers are now cutting back in and joining the pack. We are about 50 meters out, and it's going to be a tight one. Amongst that gap over there, Sharon van Rovendal, you've got Henry Lowe, and of course, Wayne. How's it looking to you?
Well, it's Reino van Willig, and he's come up there. This is his 17th mile. He swam 16 miles in the last 2 days, so well done to Reino van Willig there. We'll catch up with him just now. So you've got Kellen Lotte out there, Reese Zawitsky, Jean-Andre Kleinans, Sharon van Rovendal. There she is there. A lot of butterfly in that one. Henry Lowe, he did a lot of sprints there. Mark Randall. Well, Mark, what's it like feeling how fast these guys are going? Eh? Right, that is really good for them. And Rousseau Fenter. So your top group there from the Tix group, so well done to them. So swimming really comfortable times there, 21:52. So we have Amika de Jager there as the other person coming through. So well done to them, and we'll catch up with Reino. Reino. Mile 17, eh? Okay, right. First day with rain, swimming 8 miles. Second day with a lot of chop in the water, and then this must have been a total difference.
Yeah, no, this one was a bit different. Number 17 was definitely a good one. I struggled the first day a bit to just get a hang of it. Like after the ice swimming champs, I took off a few weeks of training, so it took me a while to get back in it. But yeah, this one was quite good. I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Well, that group that you're swimming around from Tix over there must be quite amazing. Isn't it nice to see a guy like Mark Randall right there swimming in amongst you guys?
Yeah, so for us it's Coach Mark. So he's been taking over the distance training under Coach Rocco Meyrang. So it's fun that the distance coach is actually swimming with us and showing us that he's still got it. So I think we better watch out. He might make a comeback.
Well, he's one of those guys that got very close to that 15-minute barrier. So, you know, we're hoping he's going to be contender in that 31 to 40 category now that he's in that age group. Looking at Sharon van Rovendal swimming there amongst you guys, comfortable doing a bit of butterfly. What does that make you think?
I was looking up and I thought, is she doing butterfly? Because I'm quite sore after the 16 miles, and I'm like, yo, I think she might just have a good race tomorrow if this was a warm-up swim for her. So I'm looking forward to see the ladies' race and how it all pans out.
And obviously, you know, she's been up there with you guys since she got in here on the 31st of January, and it was the best place for her to go and swim. You know, I hope that a lot of the girls that are doing open water swimming manage to learn a lot from her.
Yeah, I think with her being there, definitely especially for the younger girls and even for the guys as well, it's just an inspiration to see her train there and the amount of mileage she does. And I mean, she had her own lane in lane number 12, training her program. And you get there and she's like, no, I've got a 8K session for today. And we all look at her and like, alone. So it's just amazing to see that the amount of work she puts in. She definitely deserves all her medals that she's been winning.
Well, we're just privileged to have a person like her, but it comes down to everybody else in the water as well, and we're great to have you here. So well done to Reina van Villa, 17 miles in 3 days, and we're adding again tomorrow in the competition. So good luck tomorrow. We wish you all the best.
Oh, thanks, Wayne. And Jaden Harris just finishing off there, 24:36. And Arnold, you'll be able to help me out over here. I was just having a look at Andre Lowe coming in. I think his time is around about 21 or so. He obviously took it nice and comfortable out there, 22:05. A couple of weeks ago, he was up at the Prime View swim. I know it's a 1200 if I remember correctly, but at 14 minutes, I think he was at least 2 or 3 minutes ahead of everybody else, if you remember.
As we're watching the swimmers coming in here, well done to one and all. I'm getting a lot of people asking me where the spur, they heard us talking about the spur lunch. They're in the main food court, so if you are hungry and you do want to go along and get yourself a spur burger and chips, they're in the main food court, and the food is really delicious.
Carry on walking, please. Well done. 3855 6744 6450.
So some fine swimming happening at the moment, and the swimming watch for this particular event, event number 4, the non-company relay, is now at just 30 minutes and a little bit of change. Congratulations to each and every one of our swimmers. Well done, you guys and girls are champions. Good to have you with us for the 50th edition of the aQuelle Midmar Mile. Those brilliant Viv drinks are waiting for you, as well as your well-deserved medal. Be proud of it.
So these are all of the front group at the moment. Amongst the group that's coming through, you've got Kieran Kohler, who's one of the guys who were in the top 3 in the early days of the competition, with Paul Blackbeard and myself. So he's in this field as well. It's nice to see him here swimming a few more races. Very, very nice group of talented swimmers that are going to come onto the slipway here. A lot of them South Africans.
It is the next wave underway from the slipway and the stop 1,600 meters up the road here, the watery road that is. We do have 1 or 2 of the world's best who are here, including Reino van Willig, our own, who just last month, talk about swimming in the cold, he braved freezing temperatures competing at the Ice Swimming World Championships in Samoa in France. And he said it was below 5 degrees in the water. He said it's definitely made me a tougher swimmer, and it's a mentally tough race, especially when you do 1,000 meters in the ice. After about 500 meters, I couldn't feel anything anymore. So for Reino, tomorrow is going to be like swimming in a bath.
If these lads that we're watching now were in the Navy would grab them with loving arms, because they are swimming the most beautiful strokes. I mean, just look at that. It's absolute poetry in motion. You know what I'm always fascinated about is how you read the current. Because if you look there now, it's head in the water, but those strokes are clean. They are cutting through that water.
But where they are now is where Munro Bay is. That's the deepest part of the Midmar Dam. There you go. There was a very good look, a long, hard look, almost a whole torso out of the water there to have a look at which is the right line to take. And Munro Bay can have these currents because it's so deep. It's almost an undercurrent which pulls swimmers to the right-hand side of the finish as they're swimming towards us on the left-hand side. So there's some butterfly stroke happening right in the middle. Now we go past the 400 to go, boy, or just about.
So watching this group of talented swimmers here, they are the future of South African swimming. And then Sharon Fundraiser goes back into some butterfly strokes and then back into freestyle again, keeping herself nice and loose.
See, these swimmers are now cutting back in and joining the pack. We're around 15 meters out, and it's going to be a tight one. Amongst that gap over there, Sharon van Rovendal, you've got Henry Lowe, and of course, Wayne. How's it looking to you?
Well, it's Reino van Willig, and he's come up there. This is his 17th mile. He swam 16 miles in the last 2 days, so well done to Reino van Willig there. Right, that is really good for them, and Rousseau Fenter. So your top group there from the Tix group, so well done to them. So swimming really comfortable times there, 21:52.
17 was definitely a good one. I struggled the first day a bit to just get a hang of it. Like after the ice swimming champs, I took off a few weeks of training, so it took me a while to get back in it. But yeah, this one was quite good. I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
what a beautiful sight. Another stalwart of Midmar Mile, going back many years. His hair was still dark. I think it was black in actual fact. His old Matt Jackson sitting down on the slipway. Used to be with the old Oxboard, looking after us over here, making sure the ablutions were available. Those days, no fancy ablutions, just use the toilets like everybody. All right, if you're within earshot, Joanne Barnard.
Here at the 50th Midmar Mile, we have been introducing and welcoming visitors from all over the world. And I in particular have been looking at the visitors that are involved in matters military. Truly honored to have next to me over here, I have the CEO of Rheinmetall Denel Munitions, none other than Jan Helmsen. Jan is a former captain from the military in Germany, and he is now in South Africa and heads up this incredible team. And on his left, he has none other than one of the most popular and most loved admirals in the South African Navy, now retired, working for Rheinmetall, none other than Admiral Rusty Hicks, who himself has swum many Midmar Miles, an avid diver and a submariner. But let's now go to the man that was on tanks. You are now from Denel, from Rheinmetall Denel Munitions. You've swum your first Midmar.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Yeah, it was my first swim. I was motivated by this Navy guy, like he motivated half of our company already. So I'm really proud that we are here with such a big team and can contribute. And I want to say thank you to all of the Midmar team that have planned and organized such a beautiful event. The weather was nice. Nothing of my metal was rusty during the swim. And everyone was so lovely, I must say. Thank you so much.
So when I had the opportunity to speak to the guys from Sweden, from the military attaché and his sons, I asked them if they practiced, and they turned around and said to me, no, they didn't. They just got in the water. Did you practice?
Yeah, for sure. I'm a German. So I practiced last week in an airport in a 33-degree pool, and I made 1.6 kilometers.
Knowing Admiral Hicks the way I do, he's pretty convincing. So he obviously told you about all the good parts of the Midmar Mile, and was it true?
No, 100%. Our Admiral Rusty Hicks is such an amazing colleague from us. He's motivating all of us. When you say he's retired, he's not really retired. He is more active than before with his lovely wife. She's also part of the team and is organizing everything. And such a beautiful event here in Midmar. Yeah, really.
For your company to get involved in an event like this, I've seen so many people wearing these beautiful Rheinmetall shirts with a lovely slogan on the back.
Yes.
Do you benefit from something like that?
No. Benefit, we want to be a partner. This is how we see our job, our business. We want to be partner of the forces worldwide as Rheinmetall, and we want to be patriots of the water like we were today. And for us it's such a important event because we are here together with our local South African National Defence Force. They're here with nearly 70 people, and we form one team as Rheinmetall, RDM, and as SANDF. We are proud of this, that we have such a nice partnership.
Well, Admiral, your turn now as a former diver, and of course just a love for the sea, a love for the open water. It must be heartwarming knowing that your hard work has brought 70 swimmers, because you were the founding force or the driving force behind this.
No, Brian, to tell the truth, for me, right through up front, this is the most magnificent 50th Midmar you could ever imagine. Really, conditions are beautiful. The atmosphere out there is really, really fantastic. It is good stuff. You could hear the spirit in the background and so on. And it's so lucky. And for me, initially, I did my first diving course in 1977. So diving has been my thing. Submarines, I commanded Johanna then, S99, 91, 92. But then I became the patron of swimming from 2010 to 2016 when I retired from the Navy after 40 years service. And what a pleasure it is to be here, because the reality is South Africa is a wonderful nation, got wonderful people, and just to have something like this in South Africa, world-leading, world-class, absolutely no doubt, it makes me a hell of a proud as a South African. To work very closely with our friends from Germany, with Jan in particular, what a pleasure. Military guy, we military people together, we understand, we speak the same language, and to be part of the broader South African military architecture and globally effective, for me, is so lucky, and it's all tied down to the whole swimming thing.
You see, Brian, he's not retired. Huh?
No, I can see that. I know him. He's one of my best. Wear that medal with absolute pride.
Yeah, most definitely. For me, very well supported by Diana, my beloved wife, for 41 years now. She's been up with a Navy guy for 41 years. It is so lucky, and you know, I've done a number of these swims from 2010. I think at the moment, babe, they're probably about 76 or so. But each one is special, and each one is lekker. And just to swim with the people, with the Navy people, and with the RDM people now, just broad South Africans and a bunch of international guys also, it's wonderful. It is lekker. You know, you look at that and you say, we are so blessed just to be here. Really, absolutely no doubt. Absolutely.
Well, there you are, an officer and a gentleman, two gentlemen over here. And as you can hear, they have most certainly enjoyed themselves to the utmost. And we wish them well. Thank you, Rheinmetall. Thank you, Rusty. Thank you, Jan. And we wish you well. And we really hope and trust that we'll see you for many more years to come at this great, iconic event.
Wonderful.
Thanks, Brian. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
The South African Air Force is blessed to have many great officers in its service, and one such an officer I just want to check.
34 minutes and 35 seconds for her. She comes across the line. And then Eric Claassen, only 22 years old, 57-14. Well done and welcome home. Enjoy that ice cold aQuelle, and the verb will remind you together with your medal. You deserve it. Congratulations. Please do live. Marissa Miller en Alexa Potse wat in klaar gemaak het. Anna Claudia, as well as Almine Leroux and Kristen Gaudin, Heidi Jelliman and Lisa Honeyball. 44 minutes and 21 seconds. Any family of any Honeyball with Springbok Bridge, let us know.
Air Force is blessed to have many fine officers that are in service, and one such an officer is Lieutenant Colonel Craig Stanton. Craig is the man that heads up the team that looks after swimming in the South African Air Force, chairman of the Swimming Association. Craig, a very, very big welcome, and well done on being able to round up so many members to take part here in the 50th.
Thanks very much, Brian. Yes, we got about 70 swimmers together this year. That's now from the Army, Air Force, Medical and Health Services, and the Navy.
How important is swimming at the moment in the Defence Force?
It's really becoming a vital part of the Defence Force. We've always said it's a life skill, and it's really important that more youngsters, or more people, it doesn't necessarily need to be youngsters, more people need to learn how to swim. They don't have to be swimming great, they just need to be comfortable in the water and know what to do should they get themselves into any trouble.
And I've noticed that in the Air Force you are advocating that all units have time to swim, and that they get those members swim qualified.
For sure, and the more people you get on board to swim, the more they encourage other members who have got this fear for swimming or for water to overcome that, and to sort of realize that they might have a hidden talent, and they get involved.
Talking about hidden talent, you've been swimming in the Midmar many years, in both the 8-milers, probably the 16-milers. You do them all, walking on water you are. But what are your impressions of the event here today?
Yeah, this is my 20th Midmar Mile. I've done 3 8 miles, and there's just been a total hype surrounding the whole build to this 50th anniversary of the aQuelle Midmar Mile.
And has it lived up to the expectations?
It's been fantastic, and especially to get all the crowds back and get back to some sort of normality. It's really fantastic.
Well, I must compliment you, because I've noticed that you support your swimmers. You're standing on the sideline and you're watching as they finish, whether they are Parabat, Special Forces, Navy, Air Force, SAMs. They're all there, they're swimming, they're flying the flag, and you as the chairman are cheering them on.
For sure. No, you must give everyone support, and it doesn't matter how fast you swim, just get to the other end. I saw a slogan the other day of, doesn't matter how slow you are, remember there are people sitting on the couch doing nothing. So get out there and get involved. It's really
Well,
fun.
there you are. That is Lieutenant Colonel Craig Stanton from the South African National Defence Force. He's in the Air Force, and he is the chairman of the Swimming Association in the Defence Force.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
You got?
All right, so just while we're waiting for the lady to come out, I just want to take this opportunity to remind you that the Alan Wilson food stall is up and running, and you'll find them right next to the beer gardens. Also available over there. Don't forget to go and tap Myrna Ridden on the shoulder and take advantage of the gin bar that they've got set up, beautiful setup at the bar area. So we are waiting for one lady to come across the line, and then Wayne's going to give us this exciting news.
Right, give this man a big round of... John Lindsay is 71 years old. He's just done a time of 51.19 there. 71. That's an absolute brilliant swim there. We'll let you know that yesterday, finishing 8 miles, we had some wonderful people doing 8 miles and 16 miles. But amongst that was an 80-year-old Paul Lanterm. He did a full 8 miles raising funds for charity at the same time. So what a brilliant, brilliant effort it was from Paul. He's a top swimmer, very accomplished swimmer. He is more than likely going to challenge his age group here tomorrow. So it'll be great to see him if he can come through in the 71 to 80 category
first as well at 80 years old. So next year he'll move to the 81 and over category. So that's introduced this year for our golden oldies.
It's only 20 years ahead of us, Wayne, so hope for us yet.
Yeah, we've also had Mia Frankenthal, 9 years old, coming over the line there now. Nice to see some 9-year-olds here as well. So what a range, eh? 71 down to 9 years old so far here.
Right, looking at the charities, the money that's been raised. I remember very clearly last year there was a young gentleman coming down from the Transvaal swimming for Happy Bundles. And he was telling me a story. He went up to Nottingham Road, went to the Beer Fussel pub on the Saturday. Gentleman found out he was swimming for charity and promptly deposited 25,000 Rand into his account for the charity.
And that's what it's all about, is those swimmers raising funds for charity. 2.88 million Rand already has been raised by that group of swimmers, about 240 of them that swam over the last 2 days. They had varying conditions from day 1 to day 2. And yeah, today we've had absolutely brilliant conditions. So we just hope we don't miss this lady that is swimming here. So otherwise we'll have to call her down to the slipway.
While you're doing that, Wayne, and keeping a lookout, congratulations to Lizette van der Merwe, Irandi Erasmus, Amber Longhurst and Brett Longhurst, who've just swam together. I think that must be father and daughter. Congratulations to you. And I also see that Olympic medalist Bridget Hartley is with us. Bridgie, nice to have you with us. Welcome on behalf of aQuelle and the 50th edition of the Midmar Mile. Enjoy your time with us.
Right, and we say farewell to Michelle Weber and Sharon van Rooyendaal, who are heading back to go and have a good rest. There's a young girl coming out the water now. Let's see how old she is. And she's in tears because she's now finished the Midmar Mile. So let's see how old she is. Look at it. Yes, she is. Look.
Mark.
What a great swim there from her. Let's see how old she is. 8 years old. Ellie Rosenberg. Well done, Ellie. Put your hands up and wave to the crowd. Okay, with Dad and Mark. So thanks very much for taking her through there. What a great swim from there. Some other youngsters coming through, 10-year-olds. Another 9-year-old. Arabella Symington, is it? Symington. All right, have we missed this lady? Has Joanne Barnard finished? Has Joanne Barnard finished? We're looking for Joanne Barnard coming up the slipway here. An 8-year-old, Grayson Greco. Is it Grego? Right, put your hands up, show them who you are. Come on, Jason.
Andri Labuskachny, Rika Karsten, Michelle Nell, Jane Tucson, Sarika Wilken and Kevin McGroger. All our next finishers together with Matt Brown, finishing in 47 minutes and 1 second. Well done, guys and girls. That aQuelle Viv is waiting just for you. It's ice cold and you deserve it.
Right, Arnold, remember looking for Joanne Barnard coming up onto the slipway, okay? So we need to spot her. She finished 8 miles, by the way. Yesterday, 4 miles. The day before, 4 miles.
I'll keep a look on my side as well for you. In the meantime, Carla Kachelhofer, Cameron Johnston, Trevor Ferguson and Benjamin, where did he go now? Doncaster, as well as Gail Becker.
Yeah, we have a 7-year-old there, Cameron Becker. Where are you? 7 years old. Put your hands up. Well done, 7. Wow, that's brilliant. We hope you have many, many more years here at Midmar Mile.
Congratulations, young man. You are a champion. 7 years old and the Midmar Mile done and dusted. Ho, ho, hum. Well done.
This looks like it should have been the family event, okay. Right, Bradley Spears, 8 years old. Where are you, Bradley? Well done. He's got a little handshake like that. I've just finished 1.6 kilometers, or it's a mile.
So, young Bradley Spears, the 8-year-old, the two of them walking in together. That is good to see. In the meantime, Alma Swanepoel, Annelies Hartman en Herman Moelman. Herman is 65 jaar oud. Hy het nou net klaargemaak in 54 minute. Wel gedaan. Herman is 'n kampioen.
Good. Keep going.
All right, Brian, we're going to go across at the moment. We've got some interviews lined up. Let's go across and have a look at who we've got lined up to have a chat to.
Ashley Hogg, who is no stranger to the Midmar Mile. Ashley comes all the way from Britain. Ashley, please tell me, what has kept you coming to the Midmar Mile? Because this is not your first one, nor is it your second one.
No, I believe this is my 5th one now. So, yeah, there's always a good international field, good competition, obviously fantastic South Africans. And it's a really big, really well-organised event that feels like a family. It's every time you come, you're welcome down, and yeah, it's absolutely fantastic, and I just
How does it feel to be back? I mean, we had that COVID time when you couldn't come to compete. Now being back for the first time since then, how does it feel?
Just being around an event as big as this, around people, you know, everyone together, everyone swimming, that feels really amazing in itself. But being able to travel, being able to compete against the people we're used to, see friendly faces, and yeah, you only realise how much you miss it when it's gone.
Yes, I know. Now, you have been, you took a little bit of a break. Can you tell us about that? What have you been up to?
Yeah, so when the COVID pandemic started, it was really, in the UK, really limited hours in all of the pools and in all of the workplaces. So I had to make a decision between, you know, do I go for a job that will pay, or do I keep training? And I had to choose the work. And I tried a few different things, but once you're a swimmer, you always end up coming back. And I came for a couple of swims and then a few more, and then started training, and then I really love being back. Yeah.
It is good to have you back.
Thank
now,
you.
What message do you have for Wayne and his team, this being the 50th edition of this prestigious event?
Yeah, first of all, congratulations. It's an incredible achievement every year just to put one of these on. I don't know how so much work goes in throughout the year, and it always seems to run like clockwork, even when weather and pandemics and all sorts are working against you. And second of all, thank you for being so hospitable and putting on a fantastic, fantastic event.
Well, Wayne, back to you. Ashley Hogg, it really does appreciate the work that you put into this event. I hope that you were waiting for Joanne Barnard. Joanne, has she gone through the slipaway?
We are keeping an eye out. Yes, we will give you guys update the moment she comes over the line. We've got something really nice special lined up for her. Juliet Fish coming over the line. Congratulations, my dear. Hope you had a good swim. She would have been much quicker if she didn't have to wait for Dad. Tandungibi, well done, my friend. I hope it went well for you out there. That's just lap number 1. You know there's 3 laps, huh?
Thomas Howard, Small, Sherry Kleinons, Gijsbert Oosthuizen, and Alison Truscott, as well as Tando Ngibe. Tando, congratulations, that's a great swim, big guy. Damien DeLonge, 64 years, right behind him, Gail Stead, who's 66 this year, finishing in 52 minutes. That is a really quick swim. Well done, Gail. Audrey Riley, Jacques Lawton, Reino van Sail. Next finishes, and then Matthew Jordan Boshoff. Matthew finishing 53 minutes. Audrey, by the way, clocking 53 minutes at the age of 52. Then young Elizabeth Venter, just 13 years old. Well done. Then Lizzie, looking good. Then Karen Venter at 51 years old, clocking 53 minutes as well.
Well done, Petru. So finishing off 59 minutes and 56 seconds under the 1 hour mark. Hannah Fenter, John Giles, Travis Dippenar with Donovan Dippenar. Well done, guys.
Fatima Tayok, as well as Peter de Wet, James and Katie Stillau, as well as Donovan Dippenar, all coming across the line in a little bit more than 54 minutes and a bit of change. Well done, you guys and girls.
I love it. That's funny. Oh, water. Let's keep it up first.
All right, so we're coming to the end of event 4, and then we're going to move on to the prize giving that's out in the flea market area. In some events they called an expo, but for us we've always said it's a flea market. So you can see there's only a few people left on the water here, and there's a lot of people that are going around there. It's our life-saving safety crew. So why don't you all give them a big round of applause? They've been there through the whole morning. It's unbelievable the commitment they have from the Navy, the South African Police diving units, everybody who's put their effort out there to make sure everybody's safe getting over this Midmar Mile course. So please give them that round of applause. They really deserve it. This year, sponsored by TWK. If it wasn't for their support, we would not have been able to afford the numbers that are out there. So we say a big thank you to them and the support from TWK.
So, folks, what we have is Frankie is in the house. That Frankie the Frog, we're going to say that just once, but Frankie is there. And of course, the initiative is to help young people swim and do better. So can I ask all the young people in and around the area right by the finish line on the right-hand side, all the youngsters, if you could perhaps go and stand with Frankie in that main grandstand. They want to take some pictures, and we need all the children that we can get. And what you are one of the oldest teenagers in the house, why don't you go along and go and stand with Frankie? We'd really appreciate that. And we are trying to get as many young people to stand there with Frankie and have 1 or 2 pictures taken. So if you want a picture taken with Frankie, why don't you go to that main grandstand buzz on the right-hand side of the finish line. In the meantime, while we are talking about Frankie, Mr. Price Sport, Maxed, M17 or MI7 National Group, the Nzimvelo KZN Wildlife Trust, Pam Golding Properties, Finish Time, Glodina, Black Label, Hibiscus Hospital, Cato Ridge, Lenmed, Luxliner, Truda Chipper and Shelving SA, as well as Nivea, Modern Athlete, Race Food, Action Photo SA, Supergroup and Virgin Active South Africa. Well done to each and every one of those sponsors. You guys and girls rock. Catherine Shubani Nonkololeko Lekele, as well as Jade Gibson, Jaden Hunt, Kevin Brunston, Dustin Shuri, and Yolandi Williams have just come across the line. The last few swimmers out there still making their way here to the slipway and the finish line. Congratulations to each and every one of you. Well done. I'm still looking for one or two of the young swimmers in the house to go and stand with Frankie. Please, boys and girls, it's in the main grandstand on the right-hand side of the finish area. Please go and stand with Frankie, and some grown-ups too, if you don't mind. We'd really like you to come and support Frankie for some pictures. And there's one or two giveaways as well. So if you wanted a tattoo, it's not a permanent one, Mom and Dad, you don't have to worry. You can go and get a Frankie tattoo right there in the main grandstand. Go along.
What did? Just leave it. Huh? Just let it get wet. No, I've got a cover for it. Shucks.
Theo Vishen Naidu, Mondi Sehemo, Luke Williams, Thomas Lang, and then Helena Strydom, Totlang Komalu, and Veronica Crawford, as well as Annerie Pieterse, our next finishers. Congratulations!
All right, guys, we're going to cross across to Slipway. Wayne's managed to catch up with Joanne, who's just finished.
Okay, as the rain comes, right, we want you to stop. Okay, this young lady we've got a special award for. Okay, Joanne Barnard, we have a special certificate for you in the 50th anniversary for what you've done for Midmar Mile, okay? Right, a special certificate and a nice medal here as a token of our appreciation. This lady has raised 130,000 Rand and 130,300 Rand, okay, on her own. Okay, she even beat the SANDF, who raised 90,000 Rand for Pink Drive, but she was for Chalk, so we say thank you very much, and we hope that's just a token from us to say thank you for what you do, okay. Thank you to Joanne Barnard, okay.
So you'll notice Frankie, and Frankie says swim safe, and that's why it's so good to have this drive, and it makes a huge difference to water safety out there.
That side of the camera.
Jeffrey, who's the new guy. Okay. And it would be nice to meet him. He phoned me and actually asked if everything was okay yesterday. That's a new one. Okay, I'll find out. So if Jeffrey's there, it would be nice to be able to meet him. Right, okay, because he phoned me on the phone, but don't ask me what the surname is, though. Okay. I think it is. I'll find out. Okay, so Jeff.
fine, man. My senses are correct, man. Drive on the board. Wait for the swimming.
Esther King and Madia Hussain, as well as Michelle Smobbin,
have just come across the line. Congratulations and well done. The last swimmer is still out there, and Frankie is there to.
Well, Arnie, we heard the siren there, so we're off the blocks. And this, of course, is the start.
You've got to go back.
This is the start of the first event of this historic, the 50th aQuelle Midmar Mile.
So 5 minutes and 30 seconds, and already having gone past the first of the markers, the boys. That's what they look like. There's a beautiful picture to explain to what the swimmers see from a swimmer's point of view.
We've got some leaders here that we can feed back on. So believe it or not, we've got Grant Larson, who is a long time before we've had an Ironman swimmer in front of this group. So Grant Larson, by the way, is doing the Ironman biathlon. So he's going to have to open up a huge time here. The actual winners are swimming away from everybody, and they're about the 700-meter mark at the moment. Nice and flat are the conditions, so they're enjoying a nice swim here.
Here they come. They're making their way up to the finish line, and race time clicking on to almost 17 minutes.
All right, so we've got the same order all the way through, just that the leading three have opened up a much bigger gap. They're coming up to that 1,200-meter mark now. Grant Larson well ahead here. He's opening up the gap by a meter or two on Alani Ferreira. Emily keeping her nice and straight, but they have got somebody to follow. And then it must be like about 150 meters now where we've got Aaron Putz, And then the next disabled swimmer coming up the slipway should be Terence Parkin.
Probably about 100 meters out at the moment. You can see the breakaway swimmers out here in the front. There's 3 of them. And then there's quite a way back, right back, probably about another 30 or 40 meters back towards the 1,200 meter mark, where the batch of swimmers are following up after that. Right.
So the man in front there, Grant Larson, so he's going to challenge. He's got to have a fast time if he wants to win this Ironman biathlon with Solly behind him. So it's going to be very, very interesting. So let's see what time he does there. Right, so Grant Larson, up he comes there. Well done, Grant. Excellent, fella. Stay the one lane, eh? So there is Emily Martins having brought Alani Ferreira all the way through here. Alani can't see this far, so well done there to Alani Ferreira. Okay. So, all right, this is Aaron Putz coming up here. He gives a lot to swimming as well. Always smiling when he's racing. So there he is, 25 minutes and 45 seconds about. Right, looks like Wayne Jacobs coming through there now. Luke Smith, he's just 14 years old. He's swimming for Chalk. He's come from the group behind, so that's a really fast time.
Well done to the swimmers that are completing over here at the moment. And Arnie, if we look out... Here we go! Here we go! Here we go! Here we go!
What a day, what a day, what a mighty great day. Day 1 of 2 of the 50th edition of the aQuelle Midmar Mile done and dusted. We saw some amazing races, really making history, the largest open water event in the world as it continues, prestigious as ever. Can you believe that when this race started 50 years ago, there were only 153 swimmers in the water, all of them being male, and the following year it was the females that were added into this race. And then about 5 years later, the first female who still brags of that right, who is now the only female who has beaten both fields of men and women, also here to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the aQuelle Midmar Mile. It is not all done. Join us again tomorrow for day 2. Now this is the big day where we're going to see all the international swimmers, also former Olympian and the current world champion who will be taking to the water. We have our very own Michelle Weber, who was training together with Sharon at Tux earlier this week, who will also be taken to the water. We're going to see how they fare against the younger guys who are coming up the ranks as well. The likes of Reino von Villig, who's going to be also taking part. He has been swimming the 16 miles and he swam again today. I wonder what tomorrow is going to bring for us. So you can join us. Don't worry if you are not able to come through to the Midmar Dam. We are going to be live on sabcsport.com. You can also join us on SABC Plus, the Midmar pop-up channel, and we are also on the Midmar Mile YouTube channel. Join us again tomorrow, where all of this is going to unfold. This is history in the making.
Right, Brian, we've got an interesting situation here. You've got Chad Latour out in the front here, and he's taking the left line, so he's obviously pulling himself on the left, maybe a little bit too far left, but it'll get his bearings for tomorrow. You've got Clayton Casselborn now about 30, 40 meters behind him, swimming nicely. He's going straight through the boys.
In the meantime, back to the racing out there on the water, the family teams event. And it's just gone past the halfway mark. Some more of those batches of 150 to 200 odd swimmers who get underway. Clean swimming, and they're all wearing their microchips on their ankles, and off they go.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome home, give him a big welcome over the finish line as he comes over, the first of the swimmers in the family teams event. And congratulations there to Chad Latour, and a time of 20:09.
Well done to Chad, all the way from the United States. And up on the slipway we've got Sharon van Roendal, the world champion last year, Olympic medalist, gold medalist in 2016, silver medalist in 2021.
It was beautiful. It was perfect. Water temperature was fantastic and nice and flat like a pool, so that's how I like it.
Conditions are fantastic, and hanging at the back's lovely because that's part of the event, you know, just with the people, the environment, all is happening. I loved it. And the conditions, as you say, are perfect.
Wonderful to see so many people finishing. And of course, in my book, as I said earlier, you're all winners. Thank you for being part of this historic 50th Midmar.
Sound his horn. There you go.
Going.
Too many in this group of orange caps here, but they're going to be well spread out when they come onto the slipway. I don't think we could have asked for water conditions, okay, anything like this. It's absolutely amazing. The odd boat going around. There's a couple of swells around here, so they've got lovely conditions.
At this stage, swimming time just over 20 minutes. Most of the leading swimmers up front there have less than 400 meters to go now.
You see the leading swimmer, he's got a nice big 40-meter gap over there between him and second place. 21:04 on the timer at the moment. So we should be welcoming him on the slipway. You're watching the company relay. And should be a nice, decent time by the looks of things.
All right, so this is Ashley Hogg coming up onto the slipway now. So, Ashley, we'll catch up with you, so don't go too far.
Minutes on the dot. We've got Bailey Hessein coming through as well, 22.30. Matt Pelser coming through, 22.40. And Tane Joe van Achenberg coming through in 23.07.
Been an epic thing. I'm actually here with PwC today. That's my teammate coming out the water there. That's Richard Young, team of 3. We managed to hustle in the beginning here.
And from one Matthew to another, Matthew Young finishing off there in 25.25, Marcus Boyson, and it looks like Luan de Wits coming through 25.52 there for Luan.
So these are all of the front group at the moment. Amongst the group that's coming through, you've got Kieran Kohler, who's one of the guys who were in the top 3 in the early days of the competition, with Paul Blackbeard and myself. So he's in this field as well. It's nice to see him here swimming a few more races. Very, very nice group of talented swimmers that are going to come onto the slipway here. A lot of them South Africans.
It is the next wave underway from the slipway and the stop 1,600 meters up the road here, the watery road that is. We do have 1 or 2 of the world's best who are here, including Reino van Willig, our own, who just last month, talk about swimming in the cold, he braved freezing temperatures competing at the Ice Swimming World Championships in Samoa in France. And he said it was below 5 degrees in the water. He said it's definitely made me a tougher swimmer, and it's a mentally tough race, especially when you do 1,000 meters in the ice. After about 500 meters, I couldn't feel anything anymore. So for Reino, tomorrow is going to be like swimming in a bath.
If these lads that we're watching now were in the Navy would grab them with loving poetry in motion. You know what I'm always fascinated about is how you read the current. Because if you look there now, it's head in the water, but those strokes are clean. They are cutting through that water.
But where they are now is where Munro Bay is. That's the deepest part of the Midmar Dam. There you go. There was a very good look, a long, hard look, almost a whole torso out of the water there to have a look at which is the right line to take. And Munro Bay can have these currents because it's so deep. It's almost an undercurrent which pulls swimmers to the right-hand side of the finish as they're swimming towards us on the left-hand side. So there's some butterfly stroke happening right in the middle. Now we go past the 400 to go, boy, or just about.
So watching this group of talented swimmers here, they are the future of South African swimming. And then Sharon van Relde goes back into some butterfly strokes and then back into freestyle again, keeping herself nice and loose.
See, these swimmers are now cutting back in and joining the pack. We're around 50 meters out, and it's going to be a tight one. Amongst that gap over there, Sharon van Rowendal, you've got Henry Lowe, and of course, Wayne. How's it looking to you?
Well, it's Reino van Willig, and he's come up there. This is his 17th mile. He swam 16 miles in the last 2 days, so well done to Reino van Willig there. Right, that is really good for them, and Rousseau Fenter. So your top group there from the Tix group, so well done to them. So swimming really comfortable times there, 21.52.
17 was definitely a good one. I struggled the first day a bit to just get a hang of it. Like after the ice swimming champs, I took off a few weeks of training, so it took me a while to get back in it. But yeah, this one was quite good. I'm looking forward to tomorrow.